So, is everyone who hasn't already marked up their blog with microformats tomorrow going to mark up their blog with microformats tomorrow? Okay, if you don't have a blog, then but if you don't blog, but you do post to Twitter or Facebook or something like that, think about what you post to other social networking sites, and if you can maybe post those to your own site first. So I guess something that's useful in getting started. If you post to your own site, but then nobody comes and visits your site, what's the point? If all your friends are on Twitter or Facebook, you still want to send your content there as well. But post it to your site first, and then you own it and you have the canonical copy. So you'll see on my Twitter account, everything I post has a link to the original version of the original version of the post on my site. And sometimes when the whole tweet is there, that's really confusing. People click the link and they don't get anything extra. But it also means that I can post things longer and do the rest of the content. So the way I post to my site first and then post to Twitter. So you can automate this. You can automate it using Bridgie. You can write your own code that when you post something to your site, automatically sends it to the Twitter API and that posts it for you. A lot of people do that. I have this semi-manual hack version. So some people have written their own posting interfaces where they write their post and then it shows what would post to Twitter and then you can edit it and it's really shiny. I didn't really want to do any of that. So I just added this little button on the bottom of all of my posts. It's just the Twitter intent link, and then it just opens the Twitter interface. I delete that part. I edit it however I want. It drops the link in for me, and then I tweet it. And that works reasonably well for me. That's just one way of doing it, and it was really easy to set up because the Twitter intent link is easy to include. And now I'm getting IRC notifications because the IRC channel detects the IndieWebCamp hashtag and pulls things through to IRC. So whenever you tweet with IndieWebCamp hashtag, everyone in IRC will see it. So even if you can't be bothered to open IRC yourself.
I can set it up so that an IRC bot that retweets and we create a loop. And we fill the internet.
So Loki is the bot. Don't mess with Loki.
Is Loki some sort of animal?
Loki's a dinosaur.
Seems to be a stuffed
dinosaur. Anyway, that's an aside. So that's how I don't post on Facebook anyway, so I don't syndicate to Facebook, but if I wanted to, I could. And quite a lot of people the various different ways you can set it up. A lot of people already either post to Facebook and have it automatically post to Twitter or vice versa, so you could chain them, or you could write your own code so that whenever you post to your site, it pushes to everything else that you want. And then if you set up Bridgie, or if you write code yourself to pull stuff through, then if someone replies on Twitter, so I have Bridgie set up so that if I tweet something with a link back to my original post, Bridgie sees that, and then if anyone replies on Twitter, Bridgie sends a web mention for me to say that so even though Twitter isn't sending web mentions, Bridgie monitors Twitter, looks for replies, sends me a web mention to say that someone has replied on Twitter, and then I can pull Twitter replies through to my site. So I don't display them yet, but a lot of people do, so I can show you some of the options. So a useful tool is Bridgie. So that's something we've got some comments on. So you can see that this post, the photo's gone to Instagram, and so people are replying on Instagram, and you can see the little icon on the photo that shows where it's come from. So these likes have all come from Instagram by the look of it. They've all got little brown cameras on them. And these comments have come from Instagram too. So people have commented in Instagram, it's been pulled back through to our site. And that works the same way for Twitter, and then it's for Facebook and stuff as well. But post, it's not really okay. I think this is a native comment on someone else's site. So he's replied from his site using whatever posting interface, whatever technology he wants, and then that's been pulled back through to Aaron's site. He's passed the microformat so that he can display it as a reply. And this guy's also liked it as well. So I'm gonna show you bridging. So if you're ready to start posting to your site and you also want to syndicate to Twitter and have replies come back, then definitely check out bridging. You can write all the code yourself, but bridging does a lot of legwork for that. Were we also going to talk about web mention? Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any direct questions? Or shall I just ramble about web mention next? Okay. So, first port of call, I guess, is the wiki, always. So web mention, to send a web mention, basically, you post something to your site and it contains links to other people's sites or blog posts or whatever, either because you're replying or you're just linking to them, or it's a like or a bookmark or whatever. If there's any link in your page, you can basically send a post request to their website that says, I linked to this page of yours and this is where you can find it. So the source and the target. The target is the page you link to, and the source is the page with the link in. So to receive a web mention, you need a web mention endpoint, which is just a rel in your site. It's just a page on your site with a script that knows how to receive web mentions. So you have a link rel equals web mention, and it's just the address. Web mention IO is a service. Oh, it's rel equals web mention. It's kind of legacy stuff. And then the value of that is the address to where you're going to receive web mentions. And then the person who wants to send you a web mention goes to check your site, discovers that endpoint, and then sends this post request to that endpoint. So it's just a really simple source and target. And you can send it from the command line with curl, or you can send it in any language or whatever. And there are a few libraries to help you do this as well, which will be listed on this wiki page. So that's what I do. Whenever I post, my site automatically sends web mentions to every link it finds in the page. And so not every link that you send a web mention to is necessarily going to receive that, because not everyone will support receiving them. But for those that do, they can then handle that and decide what to do when someone's linked to them. So it might be that, I know there's at least a couple of people just send an email to themselves when someone links to them. Other people will process it, check that it's valid, and then display it on their site somewhere. Some people may just store the data and not do anything with it. And when you receive a web mention, it's up to you what you do with it. Does that help? Do you have any specific questions?
One thing that was pointed out from IRC, especially with this stuff, think of it as things that you might want to be building tomorrow in the hack day. So if you've got any questions to lead on to actually knowing what you need to know to implement this, feel free to ask them out or head into IRC and ask in there, because there's people in there willing to help as well.
Yeah.
What kind of services actually support web mentions? Any major services?
Not yet. So if you find a WordPress site that has the plugins installed, a lot of WordPress sites, well, a few WordPress sites, and then any known sites accept web mentions. But I don't know off the top of my head if any major services accept it. One thing I'd like to see is Open Tech Calendar accepting web mentions so that I can RSVP to events by sending web mentions to Open Tech Calendar. I think there's another event site that someone was waking up after years of it being dead, and everyone was pestering them to support web mentions for that.
America.
I'm not sure.
I can't remember the name. Upcoming.
Oh yeah, it's upcoming. Yeah. So I don't know if they do or not, but there were conversations happening.
Is there any confirmation? So the idea is that you want you notify a page, you mentioning them on your website. They come, check your page, confirm, go back. Is there anything that goes back again to your website saying, yes, I was interested in what you said about me and I've shown it on this page? Is there any way to know who received your web mention?
So when you send a web mention, you expect to receive, I think, a 201. I've got this spec here somewhere.
But is that just
how to test? Would it be under there?
Spec should say.
202 accepted.
Yeah. So it should.
So accepted
It should
is
send back an accept header.
okay, but that's immediate. Or is it after checking my own website?
No, that's
It's on the
that's to say that the request is pre-received and is going to be processed.
Okay,
so
they're
it's not
gonna do something
necessarily
about it.
validated and it's true yet. And as far as I know, there's nothing to require it then sending
Mhm.
something else to say it. Okay, it says here if you process the request and do the verification synchronously, you can respond with a 200 instead. But basically, if you don't get anything back, probably they don't receive web mentions. Nothing happens. Yeah. So there are a few, if you're just trying to test stuff, there are a few different things that let you test web mentions, like there are test endpoints and stuff, and if you're just sending web mentions, you just want to check that your sending is working, there are a few endpoints that you can send to. And on the wiki page, there are, so if you implement web mentions sending or receiving on your site tomorrow, add yourself to this list of people who have it on the wiki. And that applies to any like IndieWeb protocols that you implement as well. And then on the wiki page is also, so I use, there's a PHP library that I use. So I don't have to do the endpoint discovery and stuff like that myself. I just use the library, it does it for me. It's all about laziness and shortcutting. Writing as little code as possible. And then yeah, so when you receive a web mention, it's up to you whether you do the bare minimum. So once you've verified it, it's then up to you what you do with it. That's not in the spec. So you can display it. You can send an email. You can send an SMS to yourself, notification. Lots of different apps that let you do like notifications to your phone and stuff like that. So one of the things I really want to get set up is like a push notification to my phone when I receive a web mention, just because I need more intrusive social media in my life.
So I may have missed this when I was talking about the schedule, but when you receive a web mention, do you need to acknowledge there and then that you've received it, or can you do that kind of in the background?
Yeah, you send a, what was it, 202?
So there's just two things. If you want to process it later, you send it to a 2, which is like, yep, I got it, I'll think about it.
Okay.
And if you send a 200, that means, okay, accept it.
Verified.
I've done
Okay.
something with it.
Okay, I'm just thinking in terms of kind of not having things hanging up while doing all the verification.
Yeah, so you can add it to a queue. You don't have to do the verification.
So that's 202.
And actually, a few people, certainly Aaron, if you send him a web mention through his site, then you get a page that's, you get a URL that's like, this web mention is in the queue, and then I think he runs a cron job and processes them, and then it tells you when it's been accepted or rejected.
So you can refresh the page and check. Nice.
So yeah, technically you're supposed to return a URL with that 202 about where you can check this.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. If there's anything that tells you, oh yeah, you will
But I
see
don't
it.
think everyone does that. That's in the spec.
Suppose the idea is that if you mention a page and the mention itself will appear on the same page you mentioned or something similar, if it appears, it will appear there,
Yeah.
not somewhere else again.
But there's no reason someone could say.
Yeah, they can just list them in a different place, but
Then so when you look at that page, you see all the other ones, the web mentions that they've got too.
it's a way of commenting on someone else's page if they want. So you send a comment, which is something on your own website, and if they want, they show it on the original page. If they don't want, they just throw it away.
Oh,
Well,
no,
Yes,
so
but this
decided-
thing with the queue,
Mhm.
then you would see all the other ones on the queue,
Not
whether or not they
necessarily.
wanted
Maybe
to
it's
show
that,
them.
maybe it's
Not
just yours.
necessarily, but if they send it, well, that's what I'm asking.
I think you will have your own.
Because you wouldn't
I
know
think
where it
this-
is in the queue unless it just gave you yours with a number.
Yeah, it might give you a number.
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
So, you
So
always
these
see
are
it.
all options.
Mhm.
I don't think I've seen anyone show the whole queue. They just show that yours is in the queue. If you use URL that says whether yours has been verified or not.
But I think it's currently a very low volume thing, so even the queue will probably contain one person.
And
two
also, people
maximum.
process their queues differently. So it might be that the queue gets processed every 10 minutes or every hour, or it might be manually moderated. So you might just have to wait for them to get home at work at the end of the day and press yes to accept all the records, which is also valid. And also, if you decide you want to blacklist someone and automatically reject all web mentions from them, then do that how do you like.
Which is a way to control spam. If one day web mentioned spam appears.
So another way to people don't think about web mention spam already. So there's this sort of experimental thing called vouch at the moment, which is it's an extension to web mention where you send a vouch parameter, which I can remember off the top of my head what it's called. Yeah. So if I know that you only accept web mentions from people who you trust, and we have a mutual friend or a mutual link connection, I can send that person as a vouch. You go check their site, see that they've linked to me, and you trust them. So then you say, okay, I accept that web mention. That's basically how vouch works. But how you discover the links is up for grabs at the moment. Some people publish lists of people they trust so that I could go check that and say, oh, I know that person on this list links to me, so I can use them as my vouch. But if people don't do that, I'm not really sure. You just have to guess at who's a good vouch. This is still really early stages. I think there's like 2 people in the community yet. Aaron and Ben implement the vouch. I don't think anyone else does it.
So they vouch for each other, and that's it.
So a vouch could be, I could be seen as vouching for anyone I've linked to. So someone could potentially go scrape my site for everyone I've linked to, see if any of those people link to them, and then use them as a vouch. Or for anyone I've accepted a web mention from, that could be considered as I vouch for them. So that's one of the potential spam people. Any more questions about web mention?
The machine feels a caffeine rush.
Yes.
Harry, where are we on the schedule? Should we?
We should be moving on. We're about 20 minutes behind.
Okay.
We've only got these 2 before lunch anyway, and if we're having to kind of walk
So
around with
the next session is security and private posts,
it's all on the wiki now. That's the great stuff.
which is kind of a good segue from the vouch stuff, and so from web mention as well. I'm gonna let. Does anyone have any more getting started related questions? We can talk about stuff over lunch. James, do you want to segue into security and private posts?
I can do. I'll probably ask you lots of questions though. So.
Yeah, that's fine. I will take a break from talking.
Okay, well, yeah. So I guess the session was mainly thinking about. So I was saying, sorry, thinking about security in terms of like server security. That was obviously
We have
important.
to break first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, yes.
We could meet in 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
I had a cold cup of hot sausage sandwich.
Oh, and there's now food and biscuits, including vegan options.
Yay!
Oreos and water, please.
Oreos are one of these famous accidentally vegan things.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I discovered like most Tesco value biscuits are vegan and pig wafers.
They were so good last night. Right, well, I've just thought,
How's the live stream going? Ben, you come in.
A lot
I guess you
better.
can hear it.
it's a lot better
What did you
apparently.
change?
The laptop.
Oh,
My laptop's too not powerful, so it's running off kits. Yeah, it's a good job he's got his second one.
I sent it back.
Your name?
Aha.
Post.
Webcam / post.
Oh, I was thinking of something else.
Yeah. There we go. Right, the Hangout is now actually live to the point of we will actually hear people on it. And Dora,
Oh, good. Where's Dora?
Hang
Can
on.
you make it so I can, so it's not me? There's
Um,
a button where it's like there's a broadcast setting or something. I figured this out for Brian, but now I've forgotten. Yeah, so there's a thing where it's like broadcast for everyone. I forgot where it is.
Oh, so there's
Yeah, that, click that, and then
present to every.
present to everyone.
Yeah.
And then I think if you click that, some kind of magic happens.
It
Okay,
just.
well, Aaron says the stream is working fine.
Yeah.
So.
I was about to say.
Aaron, we should be able to hear you now.
Aaron's not actually in the
Oh,
stream.
Aaron's not.
Just Dora, who we can't actually see right now.
Oh, I thought Ben was there as well.
I think they're just watching on the YouTube side.
Oh, right, okay.
However, now I have my mouse plugged into this up, so I can wiggle the screen.
Genius.
It's the amazingness of having a wireless mouse. And just don't let me forget that that's my adapter in your other laptop.
I'll just give it to you on Monday.
As long as you remember which one's which.
Or I might not be here on Monday, actually. I'm looking at it.
Are we doing this so that they can have the choice of whether they see us or see what we see?
That's a point. We've not got anything set up for seeing what you can.
So when we're demonstrating, they're just seeing us, they're not seeing the screen.
They were able to see the screen for earlier.
Yeah, they saw the screen earlier.
For this stuff, especially for this next session, it might be good to have the Etherpad up, and they can at least join in with the Etherpad rather than even see our screen.
How do we get to take that then? Or you can split it and have the pad on the RSV.
What are we calling this session? No.
I can fix the bounding issue.
Oh, yeah, what is it?
Because that might be 1518, that's 1600 by 900. You just need to make that be 1600 by 900 as well, and then I'll fix that.
Where do you access Etherpad? Etherpad.com?
Etherpad.IndieWebCamp.com. It's so you can install that on your own server. So this is the IndieWebCamp installation.
So it's something that you have to install on your server to be able
I
to use.
think
You can use it as just in the web browser. to provide it, you need it on your server. It's not just like Google, where it's a provided service to everyone. So IndieWebCamp has an instance of it that they host for IndieWebCamp events and things like that. So that's available.
So if I wanted to do something like this on the web with a group of people that could just access it from the web, what would I use?
You would ideally want to host it yourself unless there's
I
a
don't know if
hosted
it's
version.
So Mozilla have one.
Mozilla, Pirate Pad.
Sorry? Rosepad.
So that.
Okay.
Mopad.
So that's the Mozilla hosted one.
Yeah, so Etherpad.
And it's
Etherpad.mozilla.com.
etherpad.mozilla.
In general, if you look for public Etherpad services, there's a few of them.
That's not.
Yeah.
I'm
Possibly
forcing
hack
myself
that.
to not close it as often.
Or if not, they should.
You need to be aware
I
of
don't
the
think
doc.
we've used it.
No, but it would be handy. It's a real-time wiki essentially without the extra.
You need to be aware that the document will be there, will stay there. They are not deleted. There's no way to delete the content. So they don't have to be public as long as you make the name difficult to guess, I suppose. But then there's no way to delete all content.
Right.
Has it got like a version built in? So like,
Short of
Yeah.
destroying the planet.
Yeah. Permanent asterisk.
Yeah. Enough.
Yeah, Etherpad has full history, and the only protection is the URL.
Oh.
We have our youngest IndieWebCamp attendees on camera, not including the non-geeky ones.
What is CCO?
Creative Commons.
I know CC, but I don't know.
Zero. There's zero. It means you have basically no rights kept.
Right.
It means you keep no rights. Zero rights kept.
public domain,
Okay.
basically.
Yep.
So for this next session, we've got /private on the Etherpad.
Why don't you just
So anyone can add notes here. Feel free to add whatever you think is useful.
Things that I haven't
You should file the Etherpad in there so people can talk about it.
Okay, what do I need to do to fix this?
Set the resolution of LVDS1 to be, no sorry, VGA1 to be 1600 by 900. It's spelled output.
Oh, you just talk.
Size. I think.
And then just
And then just 1600 x 900. It might not accept it as it's not listed as a resolution it knows. Yeah, change.
Oh well. I'll just have to look over here whenever I want to see this end of the screen. What's that?
The thing is,
Yeah, because
it's basically trying to work out
Where you just kind of identify who's actually see it, and then when that person goes to look at it, they have to be logged in using my notification.
I'm surprised that you didn't.
Just look at the same page.
It's very
No.
about them like collecting more.
Same class.
So people actually have to go and look.
It's the same IRC panel.
Standard.
You can post that anyone logged in.
Yeah, but I lost all the previous messages, but I just looked at it.
I guess, yeah. So, if it's a private person or something, it's not people.
So I think Aaron invented private posts and they address it to someone, and then only the person gets to it as like a team, and then only the person gets to see it.
Yeah, that's right. But you have to basically help set and log in basically. So.
Yeah, you
Oh,
have,
yes,
you
so
have
this
to be able to have.
domains people authorized to view private posts. Right. So there's no kind of like standards that if I wanted to like have like a feed of like posts people like follow and made. I couldn't. There's not a way to automatically call the right person to that.
That's what the private web mentioned discussion.
But that seems more to be about notifying. I was reading that it's more about notifying someone that there is like a message then name. Basically, if I want like a Facebook style page where it's like there's posts and 4 people I follow, and one of them happens to be private, there's not any way to like across them.
What is this
Yeah,
the
you need to
exposed files in
authenticate
video
with their site.
frame about?
They don't have push alerts either, so some of the readers.
Had to do with web access controls. Can you convert those in the video frame?
I genuinely have no idea.
The Ben has twins. That's what he's talking about there on the camera.
It's really exciting.
Yeah.
It's been- All right, so should we go around again and have a quick session
We'll
for
go
lunch?
over a little bit so he can get on the table fully.
Thank you. Cool. Yes, that's right. Yeah, so this is kind of probably a good example of what we were saying before about not having to be an expert or know what's happening to do your sessions. Seeing as I've just been reading this for the last 5 minutes. So basically, yes. So this is kind of talking about security is in like server security. So that's kind of already a topic of the weekend. It's just thinking about kind of when you've got all these open websites, other issues about same data back and forth things. So the first thing, so we want to ask was about private posts. So you want to do that, yeah?
Well, I'm not prepared for this either. Like, I just don't know this right already. But basically, I like the old live journal experience where you could set each post to public or friends only or private, like just for you. But I suppose more generally, the idea is that you have access control groups. So like you can have like this group, whatever, and it's just visible to them. So yeah, I don't know.
And that's all kinds of stuff you can do, like in Facebook. And Google Plus has its circles. Facebook, you can't just do like groups of people, like they're sort of hidden away a bit. But you can do the same kind of access controls. So I was just kind of reading about private posts in the IndieWebCamp wiki. And so basically there are a couple of people doing private posts, and that they have posts which are marked not for public, only for certain people to see. So there's several issues there, and first of all, it seems to be like the first issue seems to be how do you list the people who are allowed to see them, and so what we seem to do at the moment is we're doing that by domains, like they list the domains of the other people who are very indie websites but allowed to see your private posts. How that works is that you then have to go and so that person. So if I had a post which is private for River, then River would have to log in with his domain to my website to see that post. So that seems to be okay. So that's kind of one. So it kind of fundamentally basically works. So I suppose one thing there is that you're asking someone to go and look at each post individually.
Yeah,
so I guess
the way you'd want it to work is with feeds.
Yeah,
like an RSS reader or whatever. Like, I mean, something like that.
Yeah, so if I have a private post, you want to be able to pull it in some kind of feed reader that you have and have them all together. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything that I'm reading at the moment that kind of covers that sort of use case for things across. That'd be something interesting to.
So, I mean, your reader might be like a friends page on your own site. So you can go onto your own site, stroke friends or whatever group, and that pulls in like, I don't know, as a cron job or something, pulls in all the feeds from the sites, and then whatever it's authorized to see, then you see. So, yeah. So I don't know, maybe something like that.
There's pizza arriving.
That's fine.
People don't normally say, "Oh no, when pizza's arriving."
If it's arriving, we're just starting. It would give us an option to do it after or before.
We just resist the smell.
Or eat while we do it.
Well, there's maybe, I mean, because we're on this really early, it's maybe just, we used to just sort of talk for 5 or 10 minutes, just raise some issues, and maybe that's something to look at tomorrow if those are interested. Because, so the other thing we're pointing out on this page too as well is, like, if you want to, obviously this is also making the post available to people who already have IndieWebCamp, IndieWeb websites. So if you want to make this post available to your Facebook friends or Twitter followers, and that's another problem too as well, because you have to find some way of letting them verify on your website to look at it. But I think for me the most interesting thing to think about maybe is like ways you can pull it into a feed and still have a private thing, because that seems to be.
Maybe it's overcomplicating it at this stage, but and I always wanted with LiveJournal is to be able to mark up parts of one post with different accessibility. So, for example, if you're writing about something you were doing, you can put a sort of sanitized public version and then put like in a sort of private tag markup, and then you put in the details that only some people get to see and stuff.
But it's interesting though, here actually it's the same kind of idea. So someone's got the example of having a contact page, and so on a lot of websites, so on Open Tech Calendar and things, like the contact page is slightly different if you're logged in or if you're not logged in. It might be more, so you might have like a private phone number that's only available to your friends. And what you want to stop is, so with that kind of thing too as well, you want to stop someone copying the whole, not realizing this, and copying the whole contact page and passing it on somewhere else. And so that information you've only made available privately to them gets passed on. Because that's the same problem you'd have with this thing. So if you show me a longer version of blog post, more technical details, and I didn't realize that was private, I might just pass it on to someone else. So they're talking here about, is there a way to mark up bits of page, say this bit is public, but this bit is only available to you because you're logged in?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of actually showing people that as well, but you could do that, yeah, so people know that you intend it to be generally public. Yeah.
I can remember a time where some security thing that the government had, they put out a public version and they'd put black blocks over the text of the part where you weren't supposed to notice. But you could just select all the text and open it in Notepad, and then you could read the secret document. Whoops! Sorry, government. So yeah.
Okay. Was anyone got any kind of general I guess like questions or concerns about how they just pass around that we have to think about over tomorrow?
Interesting to consider about this is how you do it with static sites. One thing you could maybe use like something in the web server, like that it could know, you'd have use some sort of authorization system or like directly in the web server, I don't know, client certificates or something. But another thing is maybe you could just do it with cryptography, so encrypt the posts to people who are meant to see them, and it can be like seen. I mean, people can know they're there, but not read them unless they're encrypted to them. So that's another possibility.
But once they read them, do they pass them on? At least encrypted, they know they're not supposed to.
This isn't a technical problem. This is just like you can tell anyone anything. They keep your secrets. You know?
You can implement your own JavaScript decryptor, and if they have the key that can read it, they can enter it in the JavaScript, and that will show the page. But it's a bit hacky. Well,
it's not that bad. There's you can do there's OpenPGP.js, which gives
they won't be able to do it unless they are able to run the JavaScript. So you are not, you're pushing that difficulty on them. You have a easy static website, but then it becomes difficult for the person that looks at your website to get to it.
I think most people run JavaScript.
No, not everyone.
So
That's a
here's,
contender point.
Aaron just sent a link. Here's a DVD encrypted post that Aaron experimented with.
I think Deborah's going to be around. It's going to be available.
So
there's two key questions really: is how do you specify who's allowed to see it, and how do they see it when no one else can?
I suppose this is well, I guess, yeah. How do they authenticate? How do you specify how to authenticate? And then is there also a way they can pull it automatically into their feed reader?
I think the only thing I would consider a realistic solution for making sure only they can see it would be encryption with a key of theirs.
But if you have a group of people who can see it,
then you just specify that as the same as each one of them can individually see it.
So if it's encrypted for each one of them, then
you don't encrypt it for each one of them and then post every single encrypted one. I would say I would do something like you have a hidden link which they can go to and the client can go to the page where it is with a get parameter at the end which says, and it's me for this key, and you send their encrypted version of it, which you encrypt on the fly.
But we were talking earlier about a thing where you had parts of it were encrypted and parts of it were not.
In that case,
that was the original thing, that saying if you had a document and you had a part you sent out to everybody on the public, but a part with more information that were for your friends. So the encryption thing doesn't really handle that differentiation.
I mean, you could just
and so you want to have some kind of text that has a background that says red is your eyes only, and then certain parts of the text are in red, for example. And at least they'd know whether or not they wanted to keep the confidence. And if you don't trust them to keep the confidence, it doesn't matter that you encrypt it for them, because they could share it anyway once they decoded it.
Also, as well with the encryption thing, I mean, you could if you're having if it's like a URL, just a private post, then someone gets it who's allowed it. They could, if they pass right authentication, they could get that message straight away. It doesn't have to be encrypted. You may want to be using SSL or something to make sure it's safe in transit.
You want to verify that they are who they are, and the most well-known way of doing that I know of is just private key encryption.
You're publishing it to all your Twitter followers, and you publish it to only the accessible by who follow you.
I don't think you can do that. I don't know. I mean, maybe you could just send it as the link to the private thing, and then their clients can do that. But you can't do it in Twitter.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So it's not something where you can necessarily do it with every silo, but you can do it with Google Plus.
Or you have one-time encryption that you send out to people, and then you can just throw the message out to the world, and only those people can read it. But you have to have a secure way to get the encryption to
The problem is that they can't then see it in Twitter.
It could be a simple
they
thing.
can.
Yeah, I mean that's the second problem. That's the sort of next problem, kind of pulling it in. But I mean,
if you post it to a private Twitter account,
That's exactly what Ben's pretty much saying right now. Is first off, if someone can read it, they can then go and share it on as well. But as well, automated systems doing it, they can't then syndicate it to Twitter, for instance.
Yeah, but I mean, it could also be a simpler thing. If not, so if you want to share it with your Twitter followers, and if they go to a web page, they could, you can do a log in with your Twitter account to see this page, or log in with your Facebook account to see this page. That doesn't solve the problem of how do you pull it into someone's feed in a sort of nice syndicated way. But you could have a post on the web page which only it's getting a bit clunky, and I suppose you get questions like, would a lot of people actually bother logging in? But you could do a kind of simple web page interface just to do that.
The way you do it is you have a list of URLs of people that you want to post, or you have like a group of URLs, and then when you post something to that group, it goes to their sites, gets the PGP key from some well-known location on their site, and or marked application, whatever, encrypts the post to that group of keys, puts it on the website. And then for things like Facebook or whatever, then maybe you have some association between those IDs and Facebook IDs, or you could also just put Facebook IDs in your group and then post with appropriate Facebook settings an unencrypted version. Yeah, so I think sort of each sort of silo you could post, you need to use their own access control mechanisms if you don't want people to be having to use your new system, which is sort of the point of posting it to Facebook and stuff. so that you'd need to have some separate thing to understand their authentication when you post it there. So yeah, I guess that's one way to do it.
But then there's the issue of specifying who can see it, which is really, really hard.
If we just deal with like forgetting about the silos and just doing it with some IndieWeb standard, then I think it's pretty simple. Like you just maintain a list of like domains of people who can see it, and then. Well, if we're talking about PGP, what I mean is we'd have something that says if you want to see encrypted posts, then on your site, post your PGP key and mark it up somehow saying this is my PGP key. And then when I write post and say, okay, it can be encrypted to you, then it goes to your site, gets your PGP key, probably captures it or whatever, and encrypts it to that, amongst other ones, so that you can then see it.
Part of the problem I see with that is that lots of people don't have SSL, and this is a similar problem with India's notice. There is a definite attack vector where they don't have SSL on their site, and then India's goes and gets the site that could be intercepted there.
SSL is secure something layers.
HTTPS. HTTPS.
Oh, okay. SSL.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And which is actually what we use.
And that's still in the context of the static website, or are you giving up on the static part at this point?
That would work, I think, whether it was static or not.
If it was static, yeah, you would generate them all.
Because you can just encrypt your message, your post to all the keys. Yeah. Of course, the one problem with this is that it reveals who you're encrypting it to, and what your posts are, the fact that the posts exist at all. So you might want to have some other system that only shows posts to people. You know, so that like if you're just using PGP, then you know it's there, even if you can't read it. So
Steganography.
That was my thought. You know, just post pictures of cats, you know, constant cats, and then each one, you know, someone will only be able to decrypt black cats, and someone will only be able to decrypt ginger cats, and get the message out. There, I put it there for you. Feel free.
Is there any last comments, and we can maybe try and wrap this up and get to lunch, and we can get back on the schedule after lunch?
Ben suggests for static sites you can just use obscure URLs, what they call
security for obscurity. So
there's a name for them. Like when you get a Google Docs link,
a long token.
Link, there's a name for those URLs.
I had a little review of those things because we were trying to implement them at work. You know, well, they could work for live file storage and behind authentication. And yes, it can be done. That's what Google Photos does, for example. But it's considered a very low security system because the moment the URL is long, can be hidden. People cannot share it with everyone, but it will be on all proxies. It will be in your browser history. It will be in a bunch of places where you mistype it. It ends up in a Google search.
That's
so it is a security risk.
You have to static sites too as well. So a lot of people use things like GitHub, which means all your sources are available to see, so anyone can look it up anyway. So yeah.
I think at which point, if you want to start doing encrypting, you kind of can't really have it open source.
Capability URLs. That's
you've got to really take into account the capability of what you can publish.
But you can do it open source as long as your key is not there.
Yeah. The important thing about security is that all security should rely on the key, not on the mechanism.
Okay. Well, should we stop then for?
So
this is obviously a big lots of still discussion. Maybe someone wants to work on this tomorrow. Group this, but so the next session is going to start at 2:15, which is 55 minutes. So we'll have that for lunch. And
so two on the left together, they are standard margarita pizzas. The three on the right are pepperoni pizzas. I believe we're waiting on the other order for vegan pizzas to come through.
We've got
How many vegans do we have?
Sorry?
What did you say?
Yeah, three.
We have a full set.
vegan as well.
Full stop.
Pretty.
There's a method of breakfast and biscuits.
I'm still making
I have
lunch.
been browsing.
Several people did that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the pizza will be here all afternoon.
There's also Tesco's like 30 seconds up there.
This is straight. My home is 60 seconds.
Twice as far as possible.
Yours is more like
Yeah, you'll have like 60 seconds.
it's like 60 seconds.
Nor is Tesco 30 seconds away.
It's not that. I wouldn't actually call that much of an exaggeration.
Well, Tesco's less than a minute.
Power walking to Tesco from here 30 seconds.
For me, it's maybe 2 minutes.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's me.
Just with things afterwards.
Make sure it's not fading.
Yeah, well, it doesn't fade the stream, but you can then as well, especially if they want to start talking, because the sound's up on our laptop now. Then you'll be able to click over them if it needs to.
Where did the label go?
It's about 1:20 here, so it's not really breakfast.
It is for them. No, it's like 5 a.m.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's West Coast
time, I think. Isn't it?
David's East. No, these two are both East Coast. There's West Coast.
Yeah, that's West Coast time though. On the
8 a.m.
yeah.
The door is still in.
If you see the trackball just there, that's connected to this one, so you'll be able to use it. Doors.
No, can't find it. I've got it.
Oh.
One is aubergine and
There's a Dora.
Can you hear us?
Oh, Amy.
Who wants vegan goodies?
Oh no, babies. Can we have the cat though?
Wow.
That looks like it's
Yeah.
Unhappy look.
I reckon.
I get the showing. I don't hate them. I hate them from the title of match. They need to do something on the server.
the attitude of it's an app, it doesn't get viruses.
It's completely impossible.
Ones that have been around for a while, but
I don't know about them.
That's really good dog. We wouldn't know what there was after the dog, but we didn't have to.
oh, this is better.
Full
Okay.
pause. Oh yeah, the other one.
Let's take this hard copy. Let's make out tops and drinks, to be honest.
Oh. Oh. Yes.
Can you cat heroes?
I tried to be professional.
Oh yeah. Oh, I can. That's oh, so much nicer.
On the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it does.
It was.
And it's inside, they changed all the
It's not a bad markup. It's used
It's all HTML stuff.
Still, it's pretty much only the HTML market. So there's really annoying sewing machines, just use those. Just here to do many stuff. Just for the static sites section, it's going to be in there. Again, it's HDMI. We've got a display, mini display for HDMI.
Okay, I thought that was
Whoever is going to be in that section, someone's the static sites.
well, actually, I'm yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine. I'll see if that's the events that
Okay.
has on the laptop.
Or tiny spot.
This one that is slash events on the Etherpad.
I believe that's from the schedule. Is there anything on there?
Yeah, doing it now.
ATMs now.
Is there anything on previous?
No.
80% of ATMs
That's a good point.
Let's move on first. I'm wonderfully involved in that stuff. We have, well, actually, Mike's still really not putting names, so we're going
Okay.
more obvious choices. There's choosing out there, so it's actually public here. Yeah, it's public. Oh, there we are.
What's it called?
Calpana.
Calpana.
Android.
Okay.
Actually, makes all the sense.
With capability or open encryption, the only thing you would know is that something had been said ever. If you could find one of the capability or else.
Would there be a list there though? Who's?
No.
No, yes.
You won't mention it to them.
Yeah. Okay, yes.
And then there's tomorrow.
So down on a static site, and it'll just be all the LCs with all the text, and wouldn't even know who's to. You'd have to track.
All you get is a blob of encrypted stuff
Yeah.
on the
You'd
radar.
have to track some way of messages you send to people externally then. But
So far.
I suppose the honest actually, the first question we should ask is like, is there any way to extract all your posts to one feed anyway in a nicely read-on way?
Yeah. I mean, well, there's 8 feeds, so if you mark up the post on the site,
I'm going to run out into the sunshine.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want to stare at screens the whole weekend.
That's right, I'm going to put my glasses on.
Yeah, no, that's all not.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks for doing it.
I hope it's.
I like to dip
somewhat
into lots of
interesting.
things that I might not necessarily go farther, or I might later.
Yeah, hopefully everything you need is online and
Immediate something might not end up otherwise.
Not everything in life, but
well.
for some people, eat online, eat HTML. Bye-bye.
You mean like a chronological?
Exactly, yes.
I need to press something. Okay.
virus or something.
Okay,
for
sure.
example.
Oh, this is right.
It's an article is so especially geographical. You can do things like
That's supposed to be Googly.
Is text calendar?
I don't know. I did pick up on some of it, but I've not actually found anyone who really kind of use it.
and what is I can come up with a very complicated and put in a database, create directories. I wonder if there's something simple
Just a feed with everything.
any work on
I'm serious. I'm looking out so I can find any.
in this in the community any of those how it's doing something in this direction. Yes, well, you know, I'm trying not to do all the time. Did you attend I was going something. Yes. Yes, then can you
And you also have a little bit whether you want maybe inside, you can add some details where you say that. If you don't get down that result, then surely it's like the
yeah. But you go, you know, thing is timestamp, and so it's not that much to. And then there's having.
Oh, it's not. That's next. What's next?
I don't know why I didn't want to.
Yeah, this is next. Sorry. Yeah.
There have been auto scroll.
Categorization actually I need to link all these.
There's actually a TV through there as well. The PC already all hooked up with a big webcam on top of it like that. So it might be. I don't know if we can start setting Hangouts for that one or.
Oh, I'll find out.
Well, that's what I've just done.
Oh, you said that.
So.
Well, yeah.
So one of the rules would stay for me.
Then the other one would be keep that.
The guys presenting from technical fault, you know,
It's like
what
Held in.
Sorry?
What? More than half hour. How is that held in?
It's like magnetic. Like that.
No, it literally you have to just pop it out. It slightly comes back in on itself there, so it can lift out slightly, except then it hits the rim and you get there.
Not always all the way there. Together.
Well,
I do my business, but that works. Go on.
So those things work. If you want to be generic, you can probably go as a simple solution. So
And then think about the relationship between messages and private posts. Because really it's a matter of scale, isn't it? I mean time scale. Like blog posts and comments compared to like group messages. Time scale.
I mean, I can even post it as
Doing like
because we won't be able to go live on YouTube
group messages.
same channel at once,
Server research area.
unless we create it. So
Can we not?
I think no, because that
I
channel
think
is
maybe it's
live.
better not to internet or to just like
Okay.
use
Oh, that's true.
the messaging.
Well, we've just created a
I
channel.
was, yeah, I give you a question to
Yeah,
ask
I
in
think
the
you
chat
just
session to
have
make
to
it.
do
See, maybe that
Yeah,
So
well,
not
yeah, I guess the difference.
true, true. I think it's maybe their structure is how they've got things. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think
But we can do it.
we would also need all the signing
Because
text in
that-
We
there.
don't need people want this, so if people want to interact, that's.
Yeah, it could just be a hangout more than
It should just be a hangout, that's great.
Yeah.
ideally, you kind of want
That's real time. So much
either way. Yeah, you want to, yeah. Right. Yeah, so that's an ongoing.
Oh, but doesn't mean necessarily introduce the same problem.
Hey,
It will,
Dora!
obviously, but then you'll probably get difficulties of real time. additional.
Hey, hey, pause. Oh, can you hear me? Pause. Roll over.
Hello. Okay, you end up with some sites, right? Well, depends on the.
Should we be able to hear them?
They've got their microphones on.
Okay.
The best one is that.
I'm muted. That's why.
Alexa, turn off the lights.
Don't have that.
Right a bit, down a bit.
Alexa, turn off the lights. Johnny control our smart house. Don't worry about
I suppose ask Alexa as a person or a robot.
Right, okay, Google. That'll pick up all over the place. Quasi.
I think some workshops are doing that.
Oh, I see.
and then say to your website, say, please, to syndicate to OpenTech.
Yes. All sexual markups, yeah.
So basically, you just pass
The difference I see is that it's like
markups combined with
people are not asking for the same things you're asking for. Like the same level of security. It can be more of a casual thing. Unless you want a specifically particularly secure message connection. Like that, definitely research. But just encrypted posts, like instantly in front of that's fairly.
I don't know, maybe the encrypting thing is alright, harder, maybe it's not worth thinking about that too much instead of just doing a sort of web server.
Actually, Aaron which is like hacking into the radio website, there was discussion about syndicating that file a bit while ago. And I was just thinking,
Right.
so that's
This is actually, yeah, the first thing that is
security in general, people are making
yeah, it's,
so just check.
it's the issue.
so doing the thing that
Yeah,
not
it's the
necessarily
issue.
most
Someone.
not necessarily the easiest way of doing it. The meaning of it is like
I wouldn't want to use just a system for messaging to be too slow. And yeah.
Is this the PGP?
Well, that's
general discussion.
Alexa, turn off the lights.
maybe doing it.
It's your solution where you encrypt the user doesn't fail. If you have hundreds of people you want to share the message.
No, that's the thing.
I'm not sure.
Like the posts are going to be to like 4 or 5 people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated problem.
Well, maybe you don't, like, people who have a few hundred friends on Facebook, so you might want that. If you have or something.
Equally, at that point, you want to be going into
One of the things that is as well, it'll be only ones that will be doing it every so often. It's not going to be like.
That's surely worse as well, though, because it's going to be quite spiky DVDs.
Only if you care about getting it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's so bad to encrypt to 300,000 people with BGP. I also need to try it to find out, but it's only got very little to encrypt. It's just encrypting like the key, like it symmetrically encrypts the message, and then it uses obviously encryption on that key. So you only, when you encrypt with one person, you just encrypt the key, so it's not, it doesn't add a lot really. So I don't think it's that bad, but not tried it. So.
And you get another problem trying to run it on like an older Raspberry Pi. That's what you're trying to do with it. Or, you know, really
Right. That's probably very good. Raspberry Pi.
well, I mean, like the other ones,
Yeah.
where you get half an atom
And next week is some more. This thing, which I haven't touched for 3 months now, got multiple PR stuff. Built up. Because I need to do certain things with by September.
might be trouble with shit codes.
Slightly different from strangers.
As in,
I didn't like to do maybe it's like a whole pool of one thing, just share hosting everything. Written for work. So they put
Alexa, turn off the light.
your BP because that's what you get to share those. Yeah, it's really use my TV.
Alexa, I am your father. I'm looking up Easter eggs for Alexa.
Share hosting, you can like really.
Yes.
Alexa, turn off the lights. It worked.
There's lights off remotely.
Alexa, define definition. Any kind of random word like that, it spends like half an hour defining every version of it. Found out with my brother-in-law. Okay, I'll mute now.
who's it? One of the kind of meetup sites has got an actual API, but in terms of edition says it must only walk until the web as it's cast. It's like, well, that's kind of really irritating.
That is weird.
So I don't do that. Sleep that off.
Yes, there is
I've got no
some.
sleep in events.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, seems like they're open.
Okay, that's, yeah. Now we'll just talk about that. That's a bed session. Cool.
So the links on there are actually to existing wiki pages. That
Yeah, I'm going to go add all of the links to the Etherpad.
because there is the markup for microformat events on the wiki, I think.
I've got it in already.
Yeah, because there's two pages. There's one events, which is the actual IndieWebCamp events, and then there's event as a page, which is actually about hosting events on your site. So that's what is linked to from
IndieWebCamp events. Which events are actually equals? Okay, cool. Well, this is the notes I've got so far, so. There we go. Oh, yeah. Discussion thing. to. This I suppose is a new syndication field. There's a field that's been specially saved which should be syndicated elsewhere.
That's what I just said in IRC, is that what you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure if it's using.
Rail syndication?
There's a realm. If there's a link in the sidebar. It doesn't work that way yet. So,
Ah. So rail syndication. Rail syndication, I was also...
That's how Bridgie does the mirroring stuff.
But it seems to be more a bit like, so if someone has a comment and then someone else replies to it or references it, then that person put a thing underneath saying this post has these replies, and you put a rel syndication. So it seems to be more for saying that you're adding a link to original post and saying here are places it's been syndicated to.
There's possibly syndicated to and syndication. There'll be the two. I just forget exactly where.
So we wanted to specify it should be syndication.
It's probably this one.
Yeah, we do in the case of syndication, we're talking about here. So I'm talking about saying doing a post that has some data in it, and then very explicitly saying I want this data to be syndicated somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've got the rel syndication after you've syndicated and got.
Yeah, but that's something different.
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay, that's fine.
What's it doing?
How bad is it if I slightly ignore template or where inputs go in the file? Namely, when I'm working with Flask and I'm importing blueprints after I've defined my database object instance.
If you can avoid the circular reference any other way, I normally would.
The only other way?
I'm not too offended by if you do it in a main, like def main, import some stuff down the end.
Yeah, I suppose actually that would. It's basically my app level init file. Kind of Flask stuff. Then you after you've kind of initialized the extensions, for instance, SQL, etc. then I import the blueprints and register the blueprints. Because if I import the blueprints before I get import errors because the database object doesn't exist yet. So
Configuration files are often weird ones.
So it's probably not too bad then if I have imports just kind of, as long as it's the same order, I guess.
As long as it doesn't make it too hard to read.
Okay.
And you're not working with anyone else on it, are you?
Not yet.
You're not going to get any bike sharing happening because you're not following the stuff.
No. It's more just Primek is complaining when I save the file. I just type it in yellow everywhere. This doesn't follow a style guide.
Does it have an ignore this line rule, like Flakegate has no QA comments, for example?
I'll have to find out.
You do still want to make them not kill your linter, especially if you have like frequent hooks for linters or anything like that.
Yeah, the only time linting happens is just in the editor on save. So.
What does the H stand for in microformats?
The eternal question. There are a number of theories.
Oh, it's
So it's partly there for legacy reasons. So I was told that you can think of it as an upside down micron.
okay.
An upside down what?
Micro. So
me. Okay.
So that's the most convincing one. Just not very convincing. I think it's legacy.
Was it been for hysterical reasons?
Hysterical reasons.
Well,
I think the person to ask when they're around is Tamtec.
Yeah. That's what he told me.
Does he tell everyone a different story, like the Joker?
Hypercard?
Maybe that's one of the things.
you will like DT data.
All of the other prefixes make sense, but the prefixes are just for classes to say.
I found the
what
list
kind.
for everything else but H.
Yeah. I hate it.
It might be, I need a letter.
No, it's derived from something else, which presumably had a valid reason of its own once upon a time.
Was it from H cards originally, maybe?
And what was the H stand for H card then?
Well, yeah, that is what it's from. But yeah, I don't know what it from there is.
Because at the same time you have E cards as well, so
That's
maybe
what
it's HTML.
that's another.
It
That's
might
a
be
predecessor.
HTML.
Yeah, HTML is one of the theories. Hypertext. Or hyper.
H is just a giant troll.
It's just a topic for discussion, icebreaker.
We schedule an hour for it.
It's a whole session of what's the H in H card. Well, everyone's quiet. If anyone's not busy next week, there's a kids hackathon all week in Codebase, and we need more mentors all the time, always. So it's 10 till 4, Monday to Thursday. Teach super smart genius children how to build things with open data, so that they can win prizes at the end of the week. If anyone wants to help with that, I can give you more information.
What age children?
Huh?
What age children?
Under 19s. So we've got a few 9-year-olds, a bunch of 12-year-olds, and a few 16-year-olds, I think, roughly signed up for next week.
We have the 7-year-old. Just from scratch, very briefly, anything else?
Are you accompanying the 7-year-old? Because we're not a babysitting service.
The child will be accompanied, not by somebody new about.
So it's a hackathon, like a competitive hackathon, and so it's all over the country. And then we take all of the children in a coach down to Birmingham on Friday to meet all of the other children, and then they present to judges and stuff. So the idea is that to start and finish a project in a week, not just to tinker. Wednesday evenings at 5:30 in Codebase is for tinkering.
And that's a weekly thing, all year round.
Every week, yeah. But not this. Yeah, no, we don't need any more children. We just need more adults. Stop recruiting children.
We have a baby camp.
So they say.
Aww.
Oh.
See, yeah, that's what I said. If anyone wants, there's more babies happening over here. If anyone wants.
That's Ben, who's on IRC. That's it.
Okay. Is that Ben?
No, that's not Ben himself.
That's Ben who's on IRC.
Both of his daughters.
This is Zoe. This is what I have to put up.
Perfect. I was thinking micro formats and microdata and schema.org and RDF. And
So I would love to talk about
You've gone
this,
too
but
far,
not
yeah.
not like during
Yeah.
this event, like dinner.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's get on to link data later on.
Yeah.
/ tomorrow, maybe.
I mean, I thought you'd be the person to ask about this. But
I'm
I-
stuck in the middle of W3C stuff at the moment. Microdata is like that, don't worry about that. But the RDF stuff.
I think it's good.
Yes.
What is microdata?
Well,
Don't,
that's,
if you don't know.
Don't ask me.
I want to know.
I spent some time reading and googling about all this stuff and trying to put it all together.
mark your oceans up with a fax number. What?
So there's
You might have to
the
send it back to the
the
mountain.
hilarious joke with schema.org is that you can infer that a volcano or an ocean has a fax number because their modelling is not, necessarily that great.
Maybe
I'm really bored
volcanoes-
of this joke now, but I guess
Maybe
other people
volcanoes
might
should
not
have fax numbers. I read something about some
be.
trees.
Yeah, so I
Some
was,
trees in
I was
Australia
thinking
were
we can
given
just take
email
a
addresses.
fax machine up to Arthur's Seat and like
Yeah, that would be quite nice actually. Like you put it on the drink point, and then all the tourists who are taking their selfies can fax the fax.
That's for sure.
They probably would
Use
until
that.
it ran out of paper or ink.
Mm.
So it
You want
probably-
Or
instead of
being not
put
touched
battery-
by rain.
Yeah, that. Well, you build a little shelter.
They'd more be like, kids, and anyone under the age of 20, come look at this! It's like,
Yeah. It probably, instead of an actual fax machine, it would probably more be like just a printer with like a Raspberry Pi attached or something. So, and with like a 3G dongle.
The tiny printers that run on receipt rolls.
Yes. So, oh, you weren't there either. There was a hackathon I was at a while back, and one of the guys hooked up a receipt printer to Twitter. So any tweets with a certain hashtag were printed. Now we got bored at 5 in the morning, so instead of the hashtag for the event, we changed it to listening for Taylor Swift.
Out of printing paper in like 5 minutes then?
No, it prints pretty quickly, but then we thought, well, we've got access to the fire hose. So everything on Twitter.
Then we ran out of paper very quickly. Did you hear about that?
I did.
So you know who it was then?
I don't remember who it was, but you talked about it
Snowden.
now. I see.
It was Snowden.
Oh, of course it was.
Yeah, exactly. It was good though. I still got the role of Taylor Swift.
It's kind of cool because you don't need ink or anything. All it uses is oh.
Oh yeah, it's very clear.
Should send them all to archive.org.
That's a good idea.
Right, I'm
okay.
Oh, it's in front of me.
Where do we start?
Yeah, it's a link to the iPad.
Where do we start?
I haven't checked this one, but it's still on there.
See one line in bathrooms, like best staff bathrooms, like.
You have sort of guerrilla approach to certain things. Can't explain why there'd be a you may find books have notices in there, but also other features in places like that. I think they probably from our one recently. I think on the list of books away, but if not, we'll just we deserve prizes always. Fair enough.
It there. So HTTP. Wow. Yeah. That moment, I just see on WhatsApp a message saying to my flatmate, I thought you were leaving early, and it's 10:30 and he's not left the flat. He's going down to St Helens. It's not a 4-hour drive.
Yeah, we can talk to slightly different use cases.
Why are you doing it? What did you eat?
Because these, I'm. Is this sort of more? So I'm talking more about the like thing where saying you post a page on your own site and you're saying explicitly, then you're saying not explicitly syndicated to another site. So, for example, this event should definitely be important to Open Tech Calendar.
Yeah, well, that's what the in the users. is you're saying I'm posting something that explicitly want he needs to include it in it. So it's syndicating.
Yeah, whereas these, I think we're talking about getting syndication details back if someone just links somewhere else.
Yeah, so but to do it with WebMesh, you need to link the where you're syndicating to, but you don't get the syndication URL until the syndication has happened and it's published on that other site.
I'm not talking about getting syndication URL back. I don't care about that. What I'm saying is like.
Yeah, that's just what you'd need for WebMesh, to do it with WebMesh.
But I'm not talking about getting that back. What I'm explicitly saying is like if I post content on my site and WebMesh off another site, I want to explicitly tell that site I'm trying to syndicate to them.
Yeah, you
so
can send a WebMesh to just the homepage of that site, but you still need to link to it for them to verify that WebMesh.
Oh, okay, I see.
So the whole like the baseline for a WebMesh is you have to have a link.
But the other issue I'm trying to talk about as well is that what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to explicitly say I want this data to be imported into that site, which is more than just a web mention. Because web mention is saying it's mentioned, whereas
the web mention is the ping to say you want that to happen, and then the site goes and pulls it.
Right, but the thing is that there's a difference between I'm saying about so I'm saying that if I
maybe we should talk to the camera because Eleanor is sort of half replying and IRC.
Yeah, no, like it wants to originally through I'm saying that if you
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that was quiet. I can hear something.
Yeah? Okay. Let me put on headphones so I don't.
Yeah, you can join in with. I mean, it's still lunchtime. This isn't a session, but we can still have a conversation.
So I'm saying, like, if I'm.
You should talk louder so that Aaron can hear.
All right. So yeah, what I'm saying, right? So the use case I was trying to explain in IRC is that if I post some content on my site, which I deliberately want to syndicate to another site and import it automatically into that site, then I need a way of marking that especially. So there's a difference. So it's different from just content which is then web mentioned across. Because otherwise the other site could be. It shouldn't be.
I have a example that I'm about to post, which I think covers that. But the problem I then ran into was that it needs to return the URL that it created for the syndication, which means the whole thing has to happen synchronously, or it has to return a endpoint you can query later to find the URL.
It's basically because this is overloading web mention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be done maybe like as an extension.
I mean, curious to see the example because I'm not entirely sure why exactly you need to get back the link that it's then going to.
You need to you need the link because when you link to syndicated copies of your post, you need to link to the actual location of them. So, Amy, you can probably show an example of like one of your posts that's also on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
Right.
But I don't have.
Yeah. So but show him the. Oh, you don't.
No, because
have a link.
I mean manual syndication, so I don't actually get that link back yet.
Show him one of mine then.
The other option I've been playing with actually is the whole micropub chaining. I'm trying to work out a way to do that where it'd actually syndicate by just sending all the same data, including a URL back to the original, to a second micropub endpoint from my micropub endpoint. And then it can happen synchronously because you're directly going into a micropub endpoint and you should get back the URL where it's posted to.
That makes sense.
Right, that's one.
So find one of my posts on my site.
Yeah, you don't link back to them from Twitter, do you?
No, that's not important for this.
Yeah. I just went to Twitter to find one that you. Okay, I found.
All the photos are going to be syndicated. So then.
Where's the link? The syndication link on your post?
It's in this sidebar. It says this post is also on. It's in the sidebar.
Wrong place. So that's just.
So the point is that when I have this post on my site, I also link to the copy of it on other sites. And I don't have control over that URL, obviously. The site that I syndicated to decided what that URL is. So
there's some of that. This is kind of a different problem, because the original thing that kind of started us off was Amy saying that if she has an event on a web page, which then web mentioned to the site I do, Open Tech Calendar, the Open Tech Calendar would know to take that event and import it automatically into its own set of event data. So the problem of finding the link to that event afterwards is a second problem to the first problem, which is how does Open Tech Calendar know that it should definitely be importing that event?
Well,
yes and no. I mean, it depends on if you want to think of it as you intentionally syndicating it. Then I think the URL is very important in that frame. But if you're talking about making an aggregator where this thing is like finding posts to pull in, that's different.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm talking about in some ways. I'm basically finding posts to pull in.
But that's different to me expressly telling you that I want you to pull in my post.
Yeah. So when you syndicate Twitter, then you have to basically use Twitter's own API and language to actually post the data.
Yeah. But what if you could receive web mentions, and we know that receiving a web mention means that I want to syndicate to you?
But that's
then
what I'm
you
saying.
can go past my post and then import it.
I could do that, but what I'm saying is I don't think the mere fact of getting a web mention means I can assume I want to import that event.
Okay, that's I guess we need an extension to web mention rather than just using regular web mention.
What I'm saying is that it's more than just a web mention, because when the web mention comes in, the calendar would see that there is a new property called syndication that is just a link to the homepage, and that's enough to show the intent. Let me post this because you can see what I'm thinking. But I'm gonna have to leave like a to-do at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean basically what I'm looking for is some signal more than just web mention, but there is actually the intent to import. So a link to the homepage could be enough to do that. I guess if you think about any other times when someone would do that, not needing to import it. But.
I would say, yeah, you definitely don't want just a plain web mention, because remember, anyone can send a web mention, so anyone could just syndicate everything from everybody to you then.
Oh no, I'm definitely thinking of another layer of security that I'd only accept imports from certain domains. So I'd accept an import from Amy's domain, but not any domain.
Well, if I'd registered an Open Tech Calendar with my domain and my profile, you can accept anyone who has an account on it.
You definitely have to check the web mention still. Like, you have to verify that the link is there.
Yeah.
Whether or not the link is the intent to syndicate is a different story. So what I have here is an example of expressing that intent to syndicate, which is by adding the syndication link to the Indie News homepage.
Okay.
So that's enough for Indie News to be like, yes, this is definitely supposed to be copied over here.
Okay. I will put that in the session this afternoon. Thank you.
Cool. I think that's a good start. The problem is then, if the sender wants to get wants to know the location of the syndicated post,
yes,
we need.
I see at that point, yeah, then
one more step.
So you can get it back, or if there has to be some mechanism they find it afterwards if it happens later.
I guess I can think of a reasonable way to do it. So right now we have a few sites are replying to web mentions with a link where you can get more information about the web mention.
Yeah. So you can process it later, then you can still look up. You can still go to that link to get information later.
Yeah. So yeah, the endpoint would reply with the location of basically status, and you could check it later to find the URL.
Kind of agreed for. So if someone calls a web mention endpoint and it replies with a link where you can check status later, it's for any agreed format for what data on that status page should look like and be in.
Yeah. Yeah, but that would have to be part of this spec.
So that's not been done yet.
Okay.
Ben wants to say something.
Okay. We're also.
I acknowledge Ben.
We're also.
Oh no, I meant I'm one of the ones that returns a queued message, and actually I believe I wrote down that entire spec of what I was doing and how I was posting it somewhere. It's probably on GitHub.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find a link.
We have to start our next sessions now.
I will. Yes,
I think
I'll
there's
just
something
mention this. Cool.
Everybody had a good lunch?
Yeah.
Everyone's chewing quietly. The next sessions are categorization and collections and media in this room, and static sites and how to do dynamic stuff with static sites in that room.
Cool.
So reshuffle accordingly. Are you, River, you're leading static sites?
Yeah.
There's a link to the Etherpad, and there's already a bunch of notes there from previous sessions where this has been discussed. So it's a good place to start.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the secure stuff.
Is the media?
The media on it.
No, the Etherpad, yeah. On it.
Yeah.
Henry's just lost.
I'm just going to get more coffee, but do you want to project or?
Not really. I don't have any project.
Okay, well I'll just use the notes up then.
Yeah, I can tap on this one, the other one anyway.
Outside.
So I'm gonna sit there.
Jump back and forth.
I'm just gonna get coffee. It's not tomorrow. Yeah, I don't even. I'm not sure. I would have wanted to give people on the second day, but I think half reps. Don't know what cold bacon sandwiches are like. Cold sausage sandwiches are fine. I eat cold veggies.
So you'll notice on IRC they've got session. IWC Eddie session 2.
What's that?
That's their IRC client in there, just because everything just type his password on the TV.
Oh.
Because Nick's
So,
What's that? This.
I have no idea. He used to be in my office.
Yes.
Um,
I used to be in the office
oh.
before you were there.
Oh!
Yes.
I've heard you talked about them. Possibly. Maybe.
It might be. Yes.
Yeah. You're that friend.
Yes, I'm that friend.
Amazing. Small world.
Everyone will usually live in the same office. Probably they've been in the same office as well.
235 is the best office. Yeah, he didn't reply or anything, so I don't know why he exactly.
Let me disappear. No. It's normal.
So you're sitting here for the media collections session. I'm not really so don't talk from me.
It's my fault. So I think there's 2 points here. There is one thing is things that we might want to publish on the web, but not as a stream of information, as some collection that grow with time in parallel maybe, or that are fixed size, fixed dimension, they disappear, they publish, they're there, and we might want to still connect them with other websites or with other content. And there's many layers to this. There's how does it appear on the website, how do people interact with it, how do you connect it, and there's a bit of user experience as well of how do you publish it. And then I think there's the part that is more interesting, which is how do you store it and what are good strategies for storing our data, whether it's media or just normal or just as content. That was question or the vague interest, and there's a bit of overlapping, I think, with how you store information for this and how you store information normally, which means it might not be really be a problem, it might be just a different way you surface the information on the web. Plenty of the story. It's just that I think there is little discussion about this, so and something that I was interested in. I think my next step is to get a decent gallery of images out on the web, just pictures which are located in time, but also located in space and located in the way I want to divide them in, let's say, albums, collections, which might overlap or might not. And
you keep doing pictures, it's like tons of people have already done that. And a lot of people have done quite a lot of Flickr and solution science service where they've already done this stuff.
Yeah, so looking at a good place to start is looking at the UI from sites that already do this to see how it's presented.
And
okay,
reading and looking and thinking.
Yeah.
So I'll just take it from
there's already a page.
So what I was thinking instead for the storage, there are some, if you look on the wiki, there is quite a lot of information on the basic building blocks of the code, so post nodes. So that gives you more or less a structure for the data, because this is what you end up communicating to other, well, what you end up publishing as microformats, so it's what you should store in an easy and fast way to get it up on the web, if you're not doing static website.
Yeah.
But then it would be in the other room.
Yeah.
So do you have a use case in particular you're worried about?
It was just for my own personal sake. It was just I've got the system there that sort of can publish to Facebook, Twitter, or whatever. Built that, that's fine, because they only have a certain, they can only take text basically. That's what for the student text on it's just like character limit on Twitter, that's what I have to do. But for my own site, I can do whatever I want really. It's like figure out what your own limits are, but what you should or you should just cut yourself and say, I have to fit inside these constraints. Otherwise, you can just go crazy and keep changing it forever and never have anything to say. So yeah, I was just trying to get a schema where I could have a note and a post and a bookmark are all the same schema, but they're just depending on what data is in there sort of defines what it actually is.
Yeah, exactly. So IndieWeb has this concept of implicit post types, which is you figure out how to present something based on the properties it has, rather than like typing it explicitly.
Yeah.
Because there's sort of, if you have a photo post and that's got a location attached, like is it a check-in, is it, but you can display all of these. Think about how to display the individual components, and then you don't need one type for a post.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's, this also depends on what kind of UI you have posting your data. Because if you, if what you use in your client requires you to fit into a predefined type, then you have to do some mashing up together of fields when you're on the other side.
Yeah.
Or the opposite. I think you're posting without a type, and then you assemble on the other side.
So I use Quill to post, which has set fields that I'm allowed to put, but I want to post more metadata than what Quill allows. So my microcode endpoint knows to pass an HTML comment at the front of the content, and it pulls the extra metadata out from that and stores it. And at some point, I want to fork Quill and add all the extra form fields I want, but until then, like that's a reasonable hack. Quite a few people use front matter for their metadata.
For anyone watching on the live stream, we just lost the laptop that was hosting. It is booting up again, and they will be back on in a minute.
smaller as
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the storage stuff again, I like the idea of how we figured out that I didn't do the whole thing, HLT is like storage is a separate thing from entry, which is a separate thing from storage and retrieval, possibly the same thing, and then displaying it as a separate thing. So at least 3, maybe 4 into that, but I've not found anything really that makes it easy to link all those together.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what Microsoft is, separating the,
exactly.
like the publishing part from the
so that's
actual.
got that parts pretty much sorted.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've really seen anyone talking about standardizing how to store stuff in terms of schema, because everyone does it in different ways. Like I would use triple store and RDF, and mostly no one else does. Other people use, some people use flat files. A lot of people use flat files. It's a big anti-database thing. But
but even then, they still share a similar.
But everything is tied together by the microformats vocabulary base, which is limited to total floppy stuff. Like as soon as you want to go outside of that, that's when you need to like go more into the realms of RDF. But this the IndieWeb stuff. And if there's stuff that's not recommended in the microformats vocabulary, it's like a community process.
To expand and come up with a new H or something.
Yeah.
Come up with a new H or something.
A new H, that would be radical. New properties, slightly less radical. A new H would be, but not crazy if you've got a good use case.
But I think they cover most of the things you might publish right now. You know, the moment you have a text, that's 90% of the content you might want to put out first.
Yeah, but yeah, collections and stuff.
Is there something specific for audio?
Oh,
I saw there was
the
draft.
There's a bunch of people interested in podcasts and stuff. So
yeah, no, there is the audio stuff.
Yeah, there's the audio. I don't know if that's.
But it's still H entry and the audio.
Yeah, so basically, what this community has learned over the last couple of years, as far as I can tell, is that anything can be condensed to a blog post of some kind. Everything can be represented as a post with a bunch of attributes, and then with that you can figure out how to display it, figure out whether you want to consume it or not, figure out how to reply to it and stuff like that.
That's why I'm wondering, just making up an album of pictures is just adding tags actually to what is a set of blog posts and something else of collections.
Yeah, so this is already on the wiki. So there's a couple of people like the collections in the sense of like curated collections. So they're not dynamic. So this is after the fact. He's gone and found a bunch of stuff, all of his posts. So he does like bike ride posts, like all his journey posts. So that's different kinds of posts in one collection. There's a bike ride post plus 4 photo posts.
But it's manually set, collected.
Yeah. So I don't know how that's marked up. Actually, not saying. And then he does this with like text posts as well. But then I have what could be considered collections, like on my tag. Like most people will have tag pages. But this is just an H feed. But this is dynamic because every time I tag something with IndieWeb, it goes into this. But you could potentially subscribe just to this tag feed. So you could subscribe to this dynamic. And then that includes all the different types of posts. There's replies, RSV feeds, blog posts. Yeah. I've got event posts in here as well. So that one's an event. Oh, that's an RSV. But I don't mark that up in any special way. But potentially could do. I don't know if that does. Yeah, the individual posts are HMVs, so I guess this is probably just an H feed, or it might not be an H feed. But it probably should be an H feed. Oh, you know what's better?
But if it doesn't extend, then it's not actually a feed, it's just a set. A page that contains a few entries.
Yeah, but a feed is like a collection. Like a feed is a set of H entries.
But I don't know if that implies that someone might follow the feed, subscribe to the
But you
feed.
could, I suppose, if you had a
spend.
it's this difference between a static collection and a dynamic collection. You want any updates? So yeah, I don't know from this if anyone's using any special market for collections. But that's something to brainstorm. And if you have those and stuff, definitely add them
Yeah,
to the wiki.
different from feeds are pretty good. That's what.
Okay,
So you basically, yes, the difference is that
and it can be ordered.
the old ones will not drop off in
Yeah.
a collection.
So yeah, I guess the
But
difference is that collection static and principal.
Or at least I would expect it not to drop off old ones. You can have a collection that extends probably.
Yeah.
I would.
I wouldn't take albums and stuff. Yeah, that's. And this is, I guess, a collection. This is another manual.
Yeah, I think it fits a bit with what I'm thinking to do. Put whatever I post together with the rest, and then just have additional pages that will collect information in some way, by location, and then becomes a physical.
Yeah. And then you might want, when you add something new to a collection, you might want to post for that too, so that if someone's subscribed to you in general, they can see that you added a new photo to an album.
That would be a single update, and then it
So
will
that's like
appear on the other page.
by itself.
And this is filling in that somehow that the way your website allow you to upload a bunch of pictures. There's people using Dropbox, there's people using Google Photos, Flickr, and you can actually do it yourself.
Yeah, I want to sort out.
And it's more an issue of content and filtering. And on the back end, you need to have the tags, of course, for the different be able to filter on these tags, but that's all. You start with tags, you kind of need a database at the point.
Yeah, there are people who use tags who do who store things flat files and do clever
this great
indexing
store
related things.
You can
also in flat files.
You can do tag easily inject metadata top.
Oh, well,
Jeff will
compile.
Scraping your content over and over. No, not that it's a bad thing. Definitely it is.
Yeah, we used to do it once.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's new once.
It's once per update. Well, no, you can check timestamps. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cache validation there happening. That's why we've been quite happy about it.
Is this something you're going to work on tomorrow?
Maybe. Is that a decent microphone? Cool.
Is anyone here a designer?
Designer, I think.
As in, can you make collections of things look great?
Yes.
Okay, good. That'd be my thinking.
Okay. Yes, I've been hired as a back-end developer, and apparently I'm the person who makes things fit in the UI. Something strange there, but okay. But pretty easy. Are we on the schedule or are we off the schedule?
We've got 20 minutes.
Oh, you go.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, wait.
Do you want to, you could sketch out some like the publishing flow, the collection might be like?
That's a bit difficult because I don't know if it's something so large. I didn't want to publish it through a web interface. I need to upload 50 features, and half of them are captions, and 2/3 of them are location. So I have something written down about this. It's basically how do you go from a directory of images to throw a bunch of data on top of these and get a decent collection out, which is, of course, needs to be made of all single posts. So I might want to go and edit something and correct the type, of course. So I have a hack of a possible. Well, I started by just listing the file in the directory. And
yeah, that's how I share my photos at the moment. I'm on the directory server.
And I send a list of files to the list to a file, and then so I end up one line per file name, and then I add the caption after the file name, and then the next line I indent and I start putting tags.
That's really good.
And then this is good for scraping. It's not very good for you can't really just then upload it to something. You need an additional system that takes these and puts them in a database or another storage list where they can be easily filtered upon. Because this is a bit but I think it's good for going from a directory of files, which is what we have, and some idea of what you want to write next to the files. I need to write a decent conversion from one to the other.
The ideal scenario would be to have it as a feed where you just upload other photos to your feed effectively, or you can keep them as private. You don't want everyone to see them at that point, and then just later go through some an interface to check which things belong to each.
You're not public.
Yeah.
And aside as a little, like make it nice with the map, little things of pictures, which means saying to mark each picture with a location where it's taken.
Well, you can even probably get that data out of an actual image.
Yeah.
If you have a camera, which yes, you say don't.
Or as well, if you want to like compress it. Also, if you might not necessarily want precise location where it's so.
Yeah, that's more likely.
This is what I do as well when checking for this. Saw that wrong, but I didn't spray that.
Okay. You get it out of the exit.
Not for images, just for checking posts.
Because I've been looking at exit information recently. Because there's one format, 15 variations, and 25 exceptions for variations. Fine.
Yeah, my image posting flow at the moment is I take a picture of my phone, I FTP it to my server, and go change the name of the file, and then I embed it in the post.
Okay.
It's not ideal.
Okay. I think it's like mine doesn't work, but it will be slightly better.
You're ahead of me.
At least the flow. But it's one of the reasons why my website is down to nothing, is that the previous posting flow was upload the file to the server, then log in on the admin UI and fill in the details, and then move it out. So it wasn't practical.
Yeah. If you want to draw like flowcharts and diagrams and stuff, you can find for whiteboards. And then we can do images and put them on the wiki.
Okay. Of what?
Whatever brainstorming things you can like use to sketch out. Like it's just thinking about like the abstract process of how you want what the ideal publishing flow for publishing this collection of photos. And then like how we can get that.
They appear. Okay, let's step down from that one.
Just put your Google Glass on.
One telephone
to yeah.
You've come back from a trip where you have taken several photos.
Well, I've gone through the editing and deleting of thousands of pictures. I think, well, there's going through them and probably adding a caption to the picture itself in the attributes. And then you can do that with anything. You can do that with a file manager or a picture in program or anything. You go through, add a couple of captions, and then you mark either the old directory or a few of them with a location. And then question mark, and then you upload them on the website as entries and collected question on question on question is going through these pictures and extracting the necessary information and transforming them in what can be part of each entry. So the patient information, the dates, the attributes that I just put in within the software. So the extraction problem, I think, is a bit, the extraction part is a bit of a problem. It requires going and finding the right library and putting things together. Yeah. That's why my second best choice is having the list of files with all the additional attributes. That's the usual problem is, do you want your metadata to be within the image itself or outside? If you put them outside, then you have to keep the two things in sync. If you keep it inside, then you have to extract them. Depending on the amount of time you have, you might choose one of the solutions. Amount of time and amount of confidence you have with the formats, getting out the information.
Yeah, how much time you spend reading image metadata specs.
Yes, exactly. So, well, then they're on the website, they're all nicely collecting different albums. Let's click on one of them and see it. I think that's part not too difficult. Once you have information somewhere, it's a matter of filtering correctly. And then putting it on a map is not too difficult, because I think both OpenStreetMap, Google Maps, they offer a decent interface. You know, chunk of JavaScript load.
Yeah, I believe one of our sources visually also provides some interesting
Right, I've seen them making screenshots, but then I didn't stop reading.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, yeah, I need to write a type hash server. It's not a custom.
They're the ones that have like the black and white ones and multicolor.
Yeah. It's one of the providers. That's the fancy part.
That's what
They're probably using.
Yeah, he's got what's necessary, isn't it?
yeah, so all of them are just
What if they have an easy interface that you use them?
I'm really to look into it because I want to post maps and runs and stuff. So
Is there a discount thing or is there a use of GX based?
I'm not sure.
Well, List.js is quite nice, but then you need to choose a backend.
Yeah.
That's just the
Yeah.
sleepy map implementation, and then you need to have a type of provider behind that will get you the rest. You know, for small things, you can use Google Maps if you want to bump into limits. I think my website we haven't bumped into any.
That's how you feel about relying on Google Chrome.
The problem with Threadly was I had one where it was still working fine, but the titles had disappeared. They changed the URL or whatever, so it's like a blank map with things on. You can catch them.
Just copy the ones you need on your website. And 2 days later, you have 15 megabytes of tiles, and a week later, you have gigabyte and a half, because it's just too easy to scroll and load half of them. But it's not a little problem because they're large. You need a provider. There's no way you can throw your own. You can download the OpenStreetMap data and process it and get the tiles you need. I think there's a couple of days on this computer, and you get out gigabytes of tiles.
I did see one point it was like vector driven model actually. It was sorry, not very good, isn't it?
It's one of the. I think you almost always have to rely on an external provider. Well, there's hidden maps.
They're not here.
I don't know if they do. They have a cloud provider themselves.
Yeah, I think they're the only ones that use them.
Yes, depending. Well, tomorrow is full day of building something, so I suppose a couple of hours at least I can put into practice, put together, well, to finish my conversion from list of files to the actual entries.
Yeah.
And then that's quite small to get the end result on the page. Look kind of decent. Storing image itself is a bit around because you need to store the image, the thumbnail,
Yeah.
and so on.
I'm really expensive, so I get to deal with this.
So I find images, it's one of the things I'm interested in putting on a website, but it's one of the annoying bits. I considered actually storing them in a database because then everything is in the same place, but it's not pleasant. It's not difficult to do, but then you end up in a database full of data and images, and it sounds like it's gonna break and something's gonna go bad. I've been using databases enough that I've been trouble using them, but then I still work. I need to back them up, and I need to make sure that everything, I need to update that something and to change the whole table, so it becomes very slow to work on them.
I definitely would think just to save an image in the file and the file system first. It's like easy stuff.
That's why it's a JPEG in theory. It contains all the metadata and the thumbnail just in the same image, so yeah, done. But in practice, it's nothing like that. Fitting things together. Super complicated. Since we have some time, don't know if you want to introduce yourself or say anything, because well, you have the moment later, so.
I will try to do it. I was there.
Mm-hmm. No, I know, but
So
you were not here this morning.
At the very start, everyone in the room introduced themselves, showed their personal websites, even if it's just a single page.
No, I have set on website on WordPress.
Yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself? What's your address?
I can write it.
Like that?
Yeah. It's here. Yeah. No, yes. So you see, I did different things. Yes, biophysics, biology, economic aspects. So it was application to cancer. Yes. So it was like data processing to cancer. So for example, as example here they do one procedure in MRI. Yes, MRI for cancer, for cancer. Yes. So I discussed in London with this group. So we try to change its procedures here. Yeah. Because it's for everybody. Energy physics, so for energy, yeah, like, yeah. So also I was very concerned about this security and safety and so on. Yeah. Scotland Energy Revolution. Yeah. So I understand that here people are from maybe like IT. Mm-hmm. So I would like to find interfaces. Yeah. So for example, I have a question. Yeah. If some company is growing, is in highly competitive field, yes. If, for example, it's from abroad, yeah.
So really competition is very fierce, horribly fierce. So they're very concerned, for example, to introduce some new methods in security, yes, in what you do. So what approach can you propose to such kind of business?
That's like
That's my question.
4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. It's kind of off topic for I think this conversation.
Okay.
We're just talking about how we organise our own personal social data. But maybe if some of our ideas conflict. But your site is a .wordpress, like a hosted WordPress site. Do you blog regularly, or is the 2013?
No, I plan to blog more. Yes. So really, I look for new approach.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm really very interested with this one.
Perfect. Yeah. So you have a WordPress.com site. Are you interested in getting your own domain name? So carflappman.com or whatever instead of.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. So I want to calculate. Yes, I want to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
To have all those.
Okay. This is you're in the right place to find out how to do that.
Yeah, up to you that now.
How about you? Do you want to
I'm doing. I don't really have any blog yet.
Yeah.
Or any website. Let's say, well, I would really love to and like writing new very soon. I don't really know much about web design, but I'm quite ahead to that today. I think I'll be happy to apply one and get them to start doing something.
Okay, great.
But now we know you, but
Yeah,
you know
we
about
know.
the others.
There's stickers on within there.
So I think it's time to
What's the
change
role?
the session now.
It's about, it's about a minute. So if you your final conclusion or something.
We sort of wrapped up already, so we did more.
Cool. Okay.
So we're waiting for them to come back through.
Is it just events?
Just events, yeah.
Oh no, it's not. It's events. Then chat. Sorry.
It is events. No. Look, we can see what they're doing in the other room.
Sorry.
It was more a sort of, we didn't really come to any firm conclusion next door. It was just more a kind of random conversation, but with some interesting points.
That's okay. Somebody has already done Microsoft to Git.
Ah.
GitHub, but not it's still working in progress. So that's happening.
Cool.
Great. Oh.
This is sort of this and we're going to not a private shop, but really and that and a very good author usually growing for us for free and his own program taught by it's called Mathematics.
said.
So they get the dynamic
The buttons are button. That's the reason I had a 61. I got it. And I've been waiting on they removed the button, I'm not going to buy that. And I went, you know, like a 6 years old doctor, and a 7 years old doctor. Please get the button. Thank you. So I haven't got that anymore, do they? It's not that it's nice to put it, but it's good. It's
You're talking about without the buttons.
You got the one without the buttons.
Well, I don't mind it that much though.
On
W it's not as bad as on the T's. I've got friends who has a T40S, I think. The one that originally had it like this, and it was literally got a nice deep flow to it, whereas that one he bought just the module from a T450 on eBay and put it in. And it's just that.
I had the 61. They didn't have a touchpad.
Yeah,
it was just the one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so I got this one now, and I actually don't use the touchpad ever. I haven't had one for years, so.
I don't know that pad game, so I used to have an X200. I don't trust the touchpad into just the products again.
That's what I do now. It's just the thing. And it's got the nice, the new driver support there. It's you spin for scrolling.
Yeah.
Which means it's continuous. You know, you can scroll a very long page just without ever moving your hand. You just go. I don't know. That's the worst.
I do like the kind of full four-finger support and everything. Like 3 fingers for back and forward in the web browser. You just start getting used to just doing that. Sorry?
Alt left and alt right.
I do miss having the hardware back and forward.
The way they used to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the only.
Those were the times. I used to have a back and forward button.
I went from T400 to this, so it's kind of like a change. But yeah,
it's okay.
I have this now anyway.
That's great.
Like when I spend 10 hours a day at the computer, it's like I just something that's not destroy my wrists.
I've been traveling too much, so I stopped using mouse or anything. Suddenly become a keyboard person.
It's very rarely use my desk at work. Which is good because this is the shittiest trackpad.
I was very tempted by the new Dell, and
It's
not going to be a
Yep.
decent trackpoint,
Okay.
or a trackpoint at all.
Really?
So that's what I was bringing to 201, 201.
Okay,
That's a proper keyboard.
let's get started then. Okay, yes, events. So right, I could just like bring up some issues for 10 minutes, and then we can have like a more open discussion about this, or something. So okay, so okay, don't move that. Right, so as I said, I'm particularly interested in events because I do open tech calendar, which is like community calendar of all the events around. So obviously, kind of making this data useful in terms of open data, but also important stuff is quite a big thing. So what this all on /events on Etherpad. Okay, so what kind of things are there of interest to think about? Okay, so first of all, the main standard for any kind of events data is the ICAL ICS format, which is used by everyone. So it's a really horrible format actually. Let's try to find an example. It's based on old Microsoft.
Just to give you an idea of how horrible it is to have an icon, is if you want to put an event in a time zone, you have to write the definition of the time zone, and you have to tell them when daylight saving time changes. So you want to add an event, and you have to give the information.
So this is kind of it's like basic text format, but you have to make sure it's truncated columns things. This unfortunately is standard. You can import it into Google calendars, Apple calendars, so anyone's personal calendar could probably read this. So there are various other formats too as well. There's one I found a couple last year called ESS, which seemed really interesting. And this was a startup, I think, who are from France, and they put together like an XML format for events. And what they're one of these startups that try and collect together all the events happening in a certain city and recommend things, quite a lot of them. This one, they made this XML format they called ESS, and they'd tried to get everyone they claimed they have like thousands of people sending data in this format. Which actually is very probable. I think you'll find what tends to happen in a city is that all the venues start to list their event data in the format of the biggest person in that city. So in Edinburgh, a lot of venues will have data in the spreadsheet format that the list uses, for example. So if you ask for cultural events from someone, they'll probably send you a spreadsheet the same columns the list has. And anyway, ESS is actually quite a nice format in that they've thought of like all the edge cases for events. Things like if there's like so like events like this are at one venue, there's like most events like that. But if you have like an event which is a cycle race that might have several different venues that come into play during the day, lots of edge cases like that we seem to have covered. They did sort of write it up as an RFC standard, and then they seem to try and make it an open thing, but I don't think we're happy with that. That's interesting. So one thing when you have ICS and ESS is to have the idea of so if you're looking at a web page, then how do you know there is an ICS feed available somewhere else that you could take and reuse? So the idea of auto-discovery. And there is actually like a tag, which I can't remember, so it's like a link rel alternate, and you could do the type of the calendar tag. And I can't remember where I picked this up from. I've never really seen any software actually use this. So I'm not really sure what the point is, but you can kind of mark it up there. There's lots of markup, markup in HTML schemes. So the one from Google is, and all their partners, is schema.org got one for events, which is quite nice to do if you're a big event site, because you get a nice little bonus where if someone searches for you, then the events will automatically appear in the Google search results. So other ones are, so there's the H event. So the H event is. So this is just another kind of markup example there. And there's a related one too as well for RSVPing. So you can put this as an event details in a post, then someone can do another post which is RSVP to it. So something was asked earlier about was like, could you combine this with web mentions to kind of automatically start passing events around? So to automatically feed an event to another site, which is kind of so for example, I could do a post with details of an event in basically a blog write-up, and then say this should be pushed to other sites like Open Tech Calendar. And I think one thing to think about there is the kind of intention problem. Like, so if I send a web mention of this blog post to Open Tech Calendar, then it's kind of like saying, how is Open Tech Calendar sure that this is something we should be importing? So they've looked at this discussion before, and actually we started talking about this at lunch, and this has since kicked off a long conversation in our IRC room, which I'm not entirely sure where they've got to.
Aaron's writing stuff up.
Yeah, different ways of doing this. Okay, so there's lots of APIs for events. One of the quite nice things actually, all of it is a lot of the event sites just can fall back to ICS. So Meetup, Lanyard, and Eventbrite all have ICS feeds, although some of them are a bit dodgy. They don't put full information in. But again, the problem is finding the ICS feed from the web page. So if you look at a particular page on one of these sites, knowing what the ICS feed is for that. Facebook is just horrible. You have to get details of an event from Facebook, you have to create an app in Facebook, you then have to log in with a user just to see the public facing details. There's other nice things about passing events around. So if you attach an ICS file to an email, then when it gets sent into Gmail, Gmail will automatically display all details and like say, do you want to add this to the calendar? And like in one click you can just put it in, which is quite nice. But okay, some of the general problems I could think about, and maybe sort of things to look at and discuss. So one of the big things is in terms of categorizing events. So first of all, in terms of exporting, I guess this is like a minor thing, but like if you're looking at a web page on here, so if we go into Edinburgh and do how do I scroll to the right?
It's just it's full screen on there. It's just the aspirations.
Oh, I see. Okay. Right. So if I to export here, it was like actually say all different feeds I can get, which are categorized and filtered in different ways. So it's like a minor thing. Right? How do you make people aware of that's there, and how do you look into that? But the much bigger problem is if you're in wanting to import events from somewhere else, then you often need kind of other data around it to go with the categorization. So in this example, if I'm trying to import an event to here, then the one piece that I really need to know is which city it's in, so I can then tie up to everything else. And that's often quite hard to parse out because the most common cases are probably trying to parse some free text field and address, try and work out which city it's in. So that importing a free thing is quite hard. I think as well, something I've seen this recently, so we're doing an election website that lists all the hustings around the country. And one of the big problems you have there is that people would pass around details of the events, but no one would link back to the source of where they got it from. So you'd find sort of details of an event, but you might find it on 4 or 5 different websites, and maybe some of the details would be slightly different. So like the start time would be half an hour out. So if you were trying to match the events together, that was really hard.
We had one of our events on there, and it was on 3 different websites, and I don't know where it mixed up. One and had a different time zone, so they'd come up as an hour apart for the same thing. Yeah, summertime was in there.
Ah, right. I'll ask that properly later.
We need to switch to metric
time zones are another whole issue too as well.
Should be expressed in
There's no good solution other than that, except everyone should just use UTC.
Well, if you want to post a time for when you posted a blog post, you want your local time to be the same.
You store it in UTC and then convert it to your local.
But the problem is if we're talking about passing data around, then the time zone, the time station you have might not be expected. So there's always, sometimes you get the time zone expressed as hours or minus, hours plus or minus UTC, and sometimes you get the time zone expressed as a country. But you can't reliably interchange between those, because if you have a time which is like plus 1 hour, that could be like 1 of 7 different countries. So it's not easy to just transfer between the two of them. But the other problem, so as well as having different events everywhere are slightly different, the other problem is like tracing back the original source for any changes that come through, like anything that sort of changes or cancellation. I do kind of want to know the original thing, and that's quite hard to do too as well. So yeah, I'm not really sure what the kind of so basically I think it'd be quite nice to have a lot of event data free floating around. One thing I found, I noticed is a lot of people are quite bad at listing on events and kind of open data you can parse and pick up in a machine readable way, which hopefully is something that I guess IndieWebCamp is something like improving that more machine readable data and passing around. That's sort of basically just random things to think about. So I guess I'm interested. So tomorrow, I guess what I'm doing is I might try and work on something to import micro formats to this. So you can just say import this HTML page, and if an event is marked up with micro format, just to pull that in. I haven't done it before, because one of the problems I need to tackle is if you have if you go to a web page and there's like 3 events marked up in micro format, and then you come back to it a week later, and there's only 2 events marked up in micro format. There's not a way to trace how those events map, like which event used to be which event, and you can then change the details of. They don't know. So the other thing I might do tomorrow is look at the idea of kind of RSVPing through web mentions. So so basically on Open Tech Calendar, you could say with your user account, you could say this is my IndieWeb website, my domain, and if there's a web mention from that domain that RSVPs to a particular event, we can automatically change your user account settings to, or your RSVP on the tech calendar as well. So yeah, that's very something playing with tomorrow, just sort of random things. So anything like questions or thoughts about events. So I suppose one thing actually too as well is thinking about what people want to do, what's kind of the normal use cases for events in terms of IndieWeb stuff. So if you've got your own indie website, your own IndieWeb website, are you mainly wanting to kind of list events that you personally are interested in or kind of commenting on, or is there more of a kind of...
If I was going to put multiple events on one page, by the way, they would all have their own unique pages. So anyone who's not doing it,
the signature, I think, from an event, each event, let's say, you can build the signature. What is the important thing about an event is the time and the location. You might use those to build a signature.
You can, but the problem is if you end up
saved.
Yeah, well, the problem is if you go back and signature is slightly different, or signature is massively different, at what point do you say this is the same event that's changed, or it's completely different?
Yes, exactly. That's
into deduplication, new duplicate finding problem, which
is not pleasant. It depends if you're looking at a feed where you can trust information to be always same, or handling page.
Once I hope that each event would have its own individual event page, it could also appear in the feed, and then the URL for the event is the unique ID.
Possibly.
Connected to the URL. They're just listed and this is the event.
Yeah, no, but they should have URLs. That's something to like
unless
for
for recurring events, which can just recur to weekly or something, because you might have one URL.
Yeah. That is something I've not dealt with on my site yet. I only publish non-recurring calendar events on my site. I've not dealt with that.
I personally quite dislike recurring events for this type of thing, like public things. I think what tends to happen is people put them in and not think about them. So if people put in an event which reoccurs on, say, like every second Saturday, and if the second Saturday happens to be Christmas Day one time, then they never go and remove that carefully. They just leave it there to confuse people. So yeah.
And the metadata you described before, you listed before events, each event. They can specify, they can describe recurring events as well. They're not just single instances.
ICS can specify recurring events.
But the one in the HTML.
I'm not sure actually.
Okay.
I need to go and check that.
But it might be.
Oh, that'll make reporting horrible. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I would think the recurring events should have a separate ID for each instantiation, really, shouldn't they? Because they're separate things, like different people went to them, different media was generated, blah blah blah.
The problem is, I mean that's what I've done on Open Tech Account. So I kind of made if it's a recurring event, you make actually separate events, but then they're linked to IMCs. But then if you're taking that data from like an ICS file, then that has one ID for all of them. So then trying to match that to that is.
I think there's two concepts really. There's event and series. And a series contains an event with possibly some rule to generate them.
You get into so many edge cases though, so you use
as well as generating them are never going to be sufficient.
Yeah.
Because then there are exceptions, events you take out from the series, like Christmas Day.
It integrates into the hard AI problem.
Yeah.
There's also so many edge cases, so you've got like a simple recurring event, and you've also got things like if there's like a festival which has like 20 different events in it throughout it, or maybe there's an event at a venue like Summer Hall which actually has lots of little venues inside it, and it's.
Does your calendar support things like the day after the first Wednesday of the month, which is, I believe, when the London Pearlmongers meet?
No.
Except the heretics sometimes meet on the first Thursday.
There was a one-day month, and it happened on a Wednesday.
Things like Easter.
If the first day of the month is Thursday, then the day after the first Wednesday of the month is about a week later. But so it's not the same as the first Thursday.
So getting into machine being able to understand humans speaking of dates is another whole issue, which is a nightmare. So yeah.
What's the current situation with events? What interesting things can you do between? Can they be sent across websites? So there's the RSVP that you mentioned before, which is responding to a specific web mention. No,
So
I'm not sure.
if someone publishes an event post, and I'm trying to think where I can find an example of one, because a lot of people actually publish these for IndieWebCamps. There isn't one for this one because I can't display events properly on my site yet, but other people can. So if you want to RSVP to an Indie event from your site, you create an H entry which is a reply to the event post and also contains RSVP property marked up with microformat.
So it's no one yet. So
and then you just send a web mention.
reply with an additional tag.
Yeah, okay. And then they can pass that and display yes and no menu on the event page. Aaron's got some on the site. I don't know. There's also a concept of invitation, so you can invite someone to an indie event by marking up a post as an invitation, sending the person you're inviting a web mention. You also send the event a web mention so they know someone's been invited. And then the person replying then posts an RSVP, sends a web mention to you because they're replying to your invitation and to the event so that they pick up the RSVP. Okay, great. Thanks, Aaron. Can you click, scroll right down to the bottom and then look at the screen behind you because you can't see the bottom, and then click that link. But copy it and open it in the, or drag it across the other window. Yeah. And then all these RSVPs, some of them will have come through Facebook, some of them have been pulled from Facebook, and some of them will be in the RSVPs.
So that will be a link to his own website where he's...
No, so that's the Facebook one.
Ah, right, okay.
I thought you'd be able to tell the difference. So some of them will be syndicated from Facebook, some of them will be... so Ben's might be...
that's Facebook.
Scroll down. It looks like there's loads.
Facebook.
Scroll all the way down. There might be a way to differentiate them. So that's a duplicate, so that's probably on context site.
Okay. So I suppose one thing, of course, this is all... this is all like public events as well, so it's right. Is this something about events or? No. Okay, can you wait a second? So,
On topic.
So yeah, so yeah, I suppose one of your still like public events as well. So I suppose you haven't done any. You discussed how you start to do private events like this. Back to the earlier, I guess that's the same problem as the earlier conversation. Any more comments or? No, I guess I was just to think about different use cases and see if so if most people are interested in events for a person going to, or if people will be posting events they weren't going to for various reasons.
Yeah, I think I would post events I wasn't. No, I think I'd only post events I wasn't going to if I was RSVPing no. I would just post random events that I wasn't attending. Yeah.
And you still put the old micro format and then the link to the other page.
I have no idea how it would
do it,
but I would do it. How would you do? So you obviously link to the iCal stuff, but events just for yourself, effectively. Which kind of like an online calendar, I guess.
So you mean like if you wanted to have your own personal calendar, I mean, how do you add events to that? Or?
Right, yeah. Because, I mean, how do you display, say, if I then go to another country and then display time zone differences in that? Effectively. Is that a solved problem?
I've never really tried looking at writing a personal calendar. I use Google as my personal calendar. So
I'm moving my stuff across from Google Calendar to /calendar on my own site. Sure. I mean, it's not. It doesn't look very good, and it doesn't. I want to one day make it look like Google Calendar, like have a weekly rather than just a full list. But so at the moment,
I suppose it's not
it's not everything that's on there. And I haven't decided what to do about posting things like going to visit my mum or someone's coming for lunch and stuff like that. And there's some stuff I want to post, like when I'm going to an IndieWebCamp, I want it on my site. But I do want to completely replace Google Calendar with my own site. And I haven't decided whether to just have it public, because my Google Calendar is public anyway. But having it just as a calendar is different to posting it in a feed. So it's just trying to like balance what I post.
Because surely then there's quite a lot of overlap in stuff that's in the calendar and stuff that would be in events.
So I want.
I suppose ultimately this is becoming private events. We really want to be able to add events which are private to you. So if you can get crack the problem of private events, then
I don't necessarily do. I think I want to be able to post events that only go onto my calendar page and not my daily papers. So people subscribe to me, don't get flooded with every time I go. That's stuff I want on my calendar site. It doesn't matter if it's public. I just don't want to force it on people.
Can I have another can of worms and say, so if I do have a calendar, I'd kind of like it to remind me. So how would you do notifications?
But do you want your calendar storage to the website? At that point,
Well,
if
if it's private, I don't mind. In fact, I would like it to be the website. I would like to be able to access it anyway, right?
Or do you want a CalDAV endpoint?
What's that?
CalDAV, which is the calendar standard, and you store your event. You have a CalDAV server. You store your events, and then you can use any calendar client. Well, any not on Windows, not iOS supports CalDAV, Android supports CalDAV. It's just a communication protocol.
Sure, but then there becomes interoperability with the other event stuff, right? If you do have event stuff in general, then you need to duplicate that information in your calendar to say, oh, by the way,
your website can read the CalDAV data and show it as a post. So, but the storage is done by a single purpose system which has been designed to handle calendars and can handle recurring events and everything without you having to read.
I post events to my calendar using micropub, so I just post events with Quill and then I add start time, end time, location on my days. So if you had like a special event client that allowed all that, but I still want to be able to post I want to write to my calendar through micropub because that's how I do everything else.
Alternatively, you maybe want to, depending on how trivial or non-trivial the CalDAV interface is, maybe you could just stick an interface on top of the website, so clients that don't support, say, micropub, etc., could use a more traditional interface.
So if you're just wanting post notifications, and it's basically a one-way data feed down to a device or something, which then has a notification, I guess. So I mean, you could write something to generate an ICS feed from your sort of data store events, which could then it would be very easy to find an app for whichever device you had, which would be the ICS feed. You could then notifications that way. But I was simply like a one-way way of pulling down. There's lots of libraries writing ICS, just so old, so you know it's a pain. It's not hard to add to your system.
Yeah, I'd really like if I RSVP to an indie event that someone else is publishing, but I could also add that I want them to communicate on their web or something the day before. Or that would be really cool.
Or the other as well, if saying changes to it or any new data, then you want to start.
If I RSVP and the post that I've RSVP to updates, they should send the web mention anyway. That's in the specs.
Okay.
So it's then up to me when I receive that to decide if I notify me or update my RSVP. I could even have it so that I could have some logic that says if the time of this event changes and it clashes with something else in my calendar, then change my RSVP to no and send an email to web mention to say no. That's all doable with kind of stuff.
You use web mentions to invite someone to something they don't know about to start with.
Yeah. So you create an invitation post and you mention them and send them a web mention. But that's on the I've not done an invitation. I have a marker.
So can I just see if I understand the full process for how you would respond to an event? Like, I'm not sure if this is right, but let's say I just see an event on a website and I want to click a button that says yes or no. Like, I don't really want to go on OpenEmacs and write a reply and like post it and send a web mention. I want to click yes or no. So, assuming I can, so to do that, I guess what I need to do is and I want it on my own website. So I guess you need to authorize that website, then click the button, then that uses MicroPub to talk to your website, which then creates a reply post on your website, which then sends a web mention to the site you started at, saying you're there.
That's exactly how you do it. Yeah.
Somebody I don't know last year figured out some way of doing it in like web mention through some sort of crazy icons, etc.
Oh, a few people have reply boxes on their site that it's just like any web mention client, but it's just part of their site. So you write your reply and then you authenticate and then it posts it to your site and then you post it back.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah. I mean, I just thought that's how you'd have to do it. It seems a bit complicated, but I suppose
it's just all the different pieces.
Yeah.
I suppose the whole point of the is you want to make sure you have that. The bit of data that you've replied yes, no to that event, you want to make sure you have on your own site. So it's something you have to go back to your own site and create something anyway.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely looking like your own sort of database, really, like for your life. And as such, it's something you really need, like private post types for. So, yeah.
Mm.
So into this whole thing is more than just a publishing thing. It's like a database where some of it's published.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if you just have like some idea of private posts, how much everything else would follow from that, or how much you would have. You'd have to do special cases for anything like events or something.
I don't think you'd need special cases for it. I think what you'd need to do is carefully design the authorization authentication model for your whole database, and then all you sort of, I don't know, I went for a run or something, could be well, that's probably not private, but I don't know, like, you know, you can have your private events for yourself, like just your own like schedule or whatever.
Oh, that you went for a run might not be private.
Yeah,
Where you went for a run might be private part of the post.
So then you get into the different, like sections, access levels, and posts. Yeah.
And that does begin to feature into live logging, right?
I don't really know anything about that, but
because then you're effectively saying for every single thing you're doing, and have it as an event to your calendar. Right?
If you could get a parent's website for social metrics.
I mean, which is fine, but
speaking of lifelong, that's all. So scroll down this like yes, everything.
Blueberry is the improved account. It was the first time check out. There's another blueberries, and it doesn't say how many.
Not detailed enough.
More than one, though. So it's not just picking one.
Every individual.
I was trying to see how much was the same cycle routine.
Yeah, I think I know where he lives and works.
Who thinks this is a good idea?
Yeah, that is a different question entirely.
Interesting. It depends how easy you can search that information, right? And you could use some pretty interesting metrics to work out foolishness.
So you just have a big database. It's like this is when I'm in my house and this is when I'm away. So these would optimum times for me to get raw.
This is when I'll be a bit drunk.
Well, but then you need the graph of tipsiness.
So there's also a bot that from Hedgie that you can have watch your food and drink consumption, and then it replies to you if it notices that you've had too many alcoholic drinks without having something to eat in between, and it's like you should probably have something to eat. Which that bot only interacts with Aaron. Because no one else is publishing that with Facebook. But, it's there if you need it.
I don't know if it has an open API, but I know there's a gamified beer app. You log every beer that you drink and it gives you points and stuff, just to encourage you. You get points for going to different pubs and like
People need to know how to drink more.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a link for you to click in IRC. I don't know what it is. I think it might be hedgy.
It's the cocktail link under the screen. So,
Click the date.
Oh no, it's not. It's the cocktail one.
How many cocktails does Aaron drink? You can see Hedges replied that Aaron,
Right.
it's been a while since you last ate, you should get some food.
You might have a glass like just internet-enabled glass.
Sorry, do you want me to demo Teacup, which is what Aaron uses
Go
for
on,
posting, since she just asked. Yeah. So I was using Teacup to post my food posts for ages, but then my microphone endpoint just started rejecting Teacup posts from serious and unknown things. But I can still show it because it also has like So this is just a Microsoft client that Aaron wrote. So this is just a client for posting food and drink. Works well on mobile. Also has a Pebble interface. So if you go to conferences with Aaron, you watch him eating something, and then it's like, what is what?
Can you scroll down under food?
Yeah. So what this is. Huh?
Okay.
So what this does, this knows. This is sorted by most recent. So this is recent, and then this is most common. These second to this, I think. And then if I turn the location on, it resorts those lists based on what's most recent and most common near that location as well. So if you get the same pub or something, stuff comes to the top of the list.
For real though, why were you using PHP?
I think it was something like a really bad PHP day, and I felt like that's all I consumed. And then I can either add a new one, hit a button, and also this was added fairly a couple months ago because I was complaining that I couldn't, when I was offline, I couldn't log food, so I wanted to be able to backlog food, so they built that it plus time zone. That was IndieWebCamp Edinburgh. So I don't know, like, backlog something I hadn't eaten, so it was key. And then this isn't going to post to my site because my site is broken, but it does Teacup store stuff as well, so it's not disappearing from nowhere. I can call that out on it. So this is so once you have a Microsoft endpoint, anyone can use Teacup to post what it's about. Then.
Okay. Well, there's 5 minutes for the next one, which is chat one, so yeah. They can last comments or.
Don't we have a break? Have a
No.
stretch?
No,
Let's
just
sit
open
back
break.
there for instant messaging and chats.
Sweet, so let's swap over laptops.
Yeah, sure. Okay. What did you need? This video? Both screens are like consistent.
Oh,
Oh.
Ooh, there we go.
That's
piece of that.
If you're going over there, I'll steal it. That's
Oh, nice. Is this just like one step looking upwards?
So is that important?
Yes, it does.
So it's open fish state here, hot slash.
I haven't noticed the
Nice. It's got so it's only doing one screen. Great. Okay. How do I get this to do all screens? I've never done this.
I'm just going to get a hot slash off of yeah, the screen slash open the calendar. Yeah, just calendar. I'll just open that calendar. That's right.
Yep.
How are you doing? Okay, so it works.
Yes, but I can show you in there.
Great.
Yeah. I'll check it and see if those house information is that's what I can say.
You just type the word first.
Excellent. Right. Yeah. I guess I'll start now. So, Matrix is a chat protocol. It can be used for any old JSON data, not specifically chat. You can just have stuff like chat normally. This there. So most of this is to do with the architecture of how Matrix works, including how you register for an account, log into an account, and then create a room, join a room, send messages, and these are all basically things like all the endpoints that you have access to. Anyone can run their own server. It's not limited to any particular groups of people.
So it's a federated thing.
It is federated. So you're an interesting one to look at will be probably the users to start with. That's right. So the users look like inverted email addresses in a way. They start with an @ sign, then they have your username or your local part, the colon, and then the domain. So
Amy had it, we at Amy on and then VR.uk. And then each user, so your server could have multiple users if you wanted to. And then each user can then create a room if they want to. Rooms are basically just opaque IDs. Each room has an opaque ID, which is basically just a unique identifier for the room. We can't actually, there's no routing information there. And this is basically how it all sort of looks like. So if you're sending a message, Alice does a post on the client server API to their local home server, which may be matrix.org's home server, because we are running our own server, which a lot of people use. That then uses Federation to send a message over to any home server which is currently in the same room as that user, the message which they sent. And then that gets fed back down using long polling on the client server down to Bob, if Bob is polling. Or if we also have push notification support for Apple and Android, so if you are running a mobile device, it's only first. We don't have a WebSocket support at the moment. We are going to have a WebSocket implementation as well, though.
Is there any encryption or authentication?
There is authentication when you register and login, as you imagine,
but it's just the server. There's nothing end-to-end.
There is end-to-end. So one of the important things to note is that a copy of the message is stored on your local server, and it's also stored on the remote participant server, which is fine because you expect them to be sharing. You expect Bob to have the information, but you may not trust the remote home server. So you can use end-to-end, which is based on a ratcheting protocol, which is used in another very popular chat app, which will. Sorry?
Which
What's
one?
that? Text.
Xlotto.
Yeah. So basically, that allows you to match the message as well to control message history. That's basically how security is governed. And using this is quite nice, because what that means is that if your home server were to completely go up and die, in any other system, you would have lost all your messages. But provided you still have your keys, and you can prove you are who you say you are in your home server, then you can backfill effectively, which is termly GID, or requesting messages from another home server to recover your message history. Because, of course, a copy is still stored in their home servers, but it's encrypted and they can't access it in a meaningful way.
Do you also backfill like past point which you join the channel?
You can't because of the ratcheting protocol that we're using.
Okay.
So it's not you can use per message PFS, but you don't, because that would be ridiculous. So it grants you access from the moment you join the room, or invite to the room.
Is there any limit to the storage? Are the other servers holding on to some messages for some time?
They can do whatever they want.
They want.
There's no actual limits. They may want to just discard them all. So they may have deleted it, but it's you need both servers then. And by that point, arguably it doesn't exist at that point. If both servers have deleted it and both clients have no knowledge of it, right? Then it's gone. So. So,
what is the default implementation that you've got to do?
Default implementation is called Synapse, and this is written in Python using Twisted for coroutines, and it's the canonical implementation basically for a server. So you can run this. In fact, I am running it here. This is just telling the logs, and this then. I can access this on localhost, and then.
What are going to do about maintaining old logs? Is it rotation or?
Oh yeah, there's log rotates, and it's all.
I mean, in terms of like the old messages, does it retain them forever, or does it have?
At the moment, at the moment it retains them forever, but you can. An interesting point to mention is how you have private and public stuff and how people discover rooms. So on, let's see here. So on here you'll see that there's a hash here, and this is actually a room alias. And room alias is a separate to room IDs. Room IDs is just the underlying identifier. But that's useless to know which servers are actually in the room. To do that, you need to use the room alias. The room alias is some human-readable local path, and then the server you can contact in order to give you your room ID. And using that means you can share these room aliases around to anyone through whatever means, email, instant message, whatever external means. And then they're using that room alias, they could then join the room, provided the room was set to be publicly joinable. So some of the events look like this. These are just these are pretty printed. The boxes are the content fields. The actual raw stuff is going to look more like this one. Yeah, so there's an example of a join rule. So this is a join rule of public, which means that anyone can join them. There are other ones, such as invite, which means that you also an invite from someone who's already in the room.
Not means you can ask for an invite?
Yeah, knock is like IRC. Ask for permission.
You had that happen, so I'd love to see that.
There's all sorts of weird and wonderful things in IRC. Yes. And you have other things, so you can kick users, you can redact messages, and you can ban users. Redact is an interesting one to mention as well, because if people were to share inappropriate content or illegal content or something, obviously there's interesting implications because you're storing a copy on your server as well. If you redact a message, it strips out everything which is not relevant for routing information or for the event graph itself. Because you have to keep the event. You can't delete the event, because if you delete the event, you'll break the DAG, basically. So you have to keep the absolute minimum, but all the stuff in the content, which is this stuff, can go, which are not part of the actual core protocol. So there's a whole bunch of this in specs. So messages are a nice one. So here, if you were to redact it, you would basically strip out the entire content, everything in the content. So basically, it would be cool if people went and ran their own servers and started federating and stuff, because the more people that use this, the better, and it'll gain traction that much more quickly.
With yours running on localhost, can that join?
That cannot federate. No, that cannot federate because it's running local.
Like for instance, mine wouldn't know how to talk back to yours then.
Right, precisely. That's why you can't.
Are there any other implementations other than Synapse? Yeah.
There are a few people who've been working on implementations, but they're not really ready to use yet. So there's a guy who's doing one with Go, and I think there's another group who are doing it. Yeah, another group who are doing it in Java as well.
One of the most important things for proper federation is not just having everyone install your software on their server, but to be able to build their own coins with protocol and federate.
Precisely, yeah. And we're still early stages for that, right? Because the specification is okay at the moment for client-server APIs. For federation stuff, it's lacking there.
Oh, right. Okay.
That might be
there
is
federation protocols are useful. I mean, web mention is basically federation.
Sure.
So how do you identify groups? Like, is it just on trust from the server, or is it some cryptographic ID?
What do you mean by groups?
Rooms. That's what we call them.
Rooms are.
So let's say you want to join a room and you want to know who's in it and chat with them. How is that actually identified? Like, do I just go to a server and say tell me who's in this room, and then I just trust it, or do people have to sign a document saying this is a room and this is who I believe is in it, or something like that?
The room technically doesn't really exist. The room is just a representation of the DAG, effectively. So all the messages in the DAG are signed by previous events in the DAG. The root event in the graph is the create event, and that's signed by the creator of the room. And then subsequent messages which are sent are then signed. Subsequent messages are referenced and then signed by the home server which sent that message. So if you were to join a room, you could join a room if the servers in the room allowed you to, and now it will allow you to depending on the join rules that are governed by that room. That makes sense.
Not sure.
So that federation thing you were just saying about not being able to go to local hosts, so that mean you can't do a one-way federation? Because I've seen one of the common use cases with Google Hangouts is if you have like I've seen like 4 or 5 people kind of doing a big presentation together, then they have maybe like 50 or 100 people who are just watching. So it's
you can do that using the magic of power levels. So in those scenarios, in that scenario, you would, in the Matrix ecosystem, you would have a room, which would be like your Hangout, but instead of, you have various permissions which you can set for you to send certain types of events.
But you still need like a two-way federation link for that to actually work.
You would still need a two-way federation link if you were on different home servers, right? Because you need to get the messages somehow, right? And you can basically configure these settings so that the participants in the room who are effectively muted can't send any events. So they'll be able to read, but they won't be able to write. And in a way, federation in that regard isn't too bad, because it still just means that you are storing read-only copies on your local home server, and you only store rooms which one of the users on the server is a part of.
Yep.
So you only store the stuff that you're interested in. Really.
So basically, you've got one home server, presumably the one where you start the room with the create message or something as the authority to add people to it, right? Is that how it works? Right.
The person who created the room will have the highest power level, and they will then have the permission to go and invite anyone and modify the rules of the room which they created.
But the rules of the room include the members or what? Right.
Yes, so these on these power levels you've got the level required to kick someone or the level required to ban someone. So yes, that would include they would have control over who would be able to be kicked or banned or the members in the room. Yeah.
So the creator rescind their own privileges.
Yeah, so this is one of the interesting things as well, which we allow whole ownership to be transferred to another person. You can raise the power level of another user up to your own, although you can't reduce the power level of another person if they match yours. So once you've granted them that level, that's it. They then they have all the power you have, and then if you just dropped off the world, then you went silent. As long as someone else had complete power level in that room, you could do whatever they want. And of course, you can do partial power levels to allow some people to kick, but not to ban or stuff like that.
So what would you ever get a situation where different servers could disagree on what rules of room work?
Yes, there is a whole bunch of fun for conflict resolution over federation, which is not something which I personally focus on. But basically, this is where it boils down to a kind of showing your cards kind of thing. If you come to a disagreement, you basically say to the other server, okay, prove it. And then you ask them to create a signature chain which proves that that this person shouldn't be invited because, look, this is the level of the one they wanted to invite. They don't have permission to do this. They're not in the room, and they give you all the right signatures. And then the other server then has the ability to counter that and say, but and then here are the signatures to prove it from your home server. You signed this before saying X, Y, Z, and then this can go backwards and forwards until either there's an agreement to say, okay, yeah, fine. I obviously didn't have all the information because it's the internet, and you may be missing events, or if there was a malicious home server, which then decided to, I'm just going to always say, I want to say, yeah, of course he said this, If you can't come to an agreement, well, you can't come to an agreement. I mean, in that scenario, the other home server, which is abiding by the rules, would not allow access for that person to be in the room, and therefore would not be sharing those messages with that user in particular.
But a user could potentially still get messages if the malicious server was going to give them access.
Yeah, I mean, there's interesting behaviour there, because the home server is being a malicious entity. So if you had a valid user on the home server who was supposed to be in the room, then obviously the good home server will still be federating with the malicious one on behalf of the good person, and then will then be able to send those messages to the one who isn't in the room. But then when this happens, you then have the option effectively to blacklist the home server. So when if they continue to misbehave and you don't trust them, then you can just say, okay, this server, thank you very much.
How do you do key management?
Key management is a problem we're actually working on at the moment. The keys, I'm not sure on this. The keys were stored on the home servers for a time, but there's a whole bunch of threats which we need to work through to see how we can actually store these securely. This key management is quite hard.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Just randomly, if you've got username at server, is that the same as an email address? Could that be a completely different user table?
It's the other way around.
But I mean, like, it's just as in user records. Like, if it's like, if it's like Bob at server, does it then follow that would be the email address Bob at server? Like,
no, we don't enforce that you have a mail server running at the same time.
It's just user tables are the same.
No, if they're the same, then they're the same, right?
They could be different, yeah. Okay.
They could be different, they could be the same, but they don't share any states at all.
Okay. I've just seen some people mix up sometimes, so I'm just curious.
Yeah.
So, and you said like the difference or the advantage you're promoting over XMPP was that XMPP has lots of extensions and blah blah blah, and you're trying to make sort of one basic standard set. Is that the idea?
That's one of the reasons, yeah. I mean, there's a whole FAQ on why we basically don't like XMPP. Where are we? I'm not going to bother going through all of them.
So,
but that's one of the reasons. Yeah.
So do you have extensions in this then?
Sorry?
Do you get the capability of people to add extensions to this?
Do we what? Sorry.
Have the capability of people to add extensions?
Yeah, you can add extensions to this, but the actual fundamental UX for the UX features or things like precedence and typing stuff are already spec'd, right? But for things like adding in custom events to do all kinds of funky stuff on top of it was very actively encouraged. So, I mean, some people, as I've said on the Etherpad, I mean, some people, I mean, one of the tech crunches we did music sharing. So you would send events for individual notes and instruments like in MIDI, and then you could kind of do a mashup where all your clients would be playing the music in sync at the same time, and then individual users could then go and add and remove and build a complete song together in real time, which is kind of cool. But there's all sorts of stuff you can do with that. And so at the end of the day, there's just JSON overload, just to like, the key focus being on the storage aspects.
Yeah, one of the, I'm just looking at the FAQ here, one of the things you mentioned is mobile stuff, and that's like just rubbish with Jabber. Like, we got it working nicely, like, can I have something on my laptop on my phone and it works nicely?
I mean, I've got it on my phone at the moment, right?
Yeah.
It just works.
Yeah, good.
And we actually also have it on the Play Store and the App Stores as well.
Yeah.
So, and we also have developer builds and benefits. So I'll just, as and when we're permitted.
Of the default implementation, how much of it is tied into Twisted and how much of it is more general?
The default implementation, I mean, is written in Twisted, so there is, in order to accurately understand the code, you need to know Twisted, right?
I mean, I do Twisted pretty good job.
Yeah. It's, what do you mean by fakes? Like,
I mean, because you don't have to write your stuff using Twisted directly. You can write a bunch of functions that serve as more like an API, and then have Twisted be your cooperative multitasking mechanism. I mean, because essentially coroutines are monads.
Yes, we've had people complain about the handling of coroutines and stuff. Yes, but
I have a feeling that I've been.
yeah, I mean, we want to actually start doing another home server. We're thinking of doing it in Go as well, but we're uncertain at this time if we're going to go and do that. The implementation isn't actually too tightly tied with Twisted, in that, you know, we all use those other line callbacks in the UDOC, right? So at the end of the day, it reads like synchronous code. So
I mean, the question I was wondering is more like, could I take it, rip parts of it out into a library and use that to make it easier to make another implementation in Python?
that's an interesting question. I don't think anyone's actually done that or even asked that before. But I would be interested to see what you think, actually, if you do Twisted. I would be interested to know.
Partially because the project I'm working on might be interested in using this.
All right.
Long since decided that I'm only using Python 3.
What we're using IOSync?
No, the plan is Tornado, but I'm making it.
You're decoupling it entirely
Yes.
from the execution unit.
I mean, the most recent change is that I've just pulled out the entire
How do you do that though,
decoding library.
when you want?
You write synchronous stuff and then tell it to run.
But then how do you tell it where to use it?
You split it up into portions that can be used such that it can be yielded on in the right places. It's more about writing the hard bits and then gluing them together in concurrency.
Yeah. So on any of these events in this console, we should be able to double click on the event and then see the actual raw event which is sent. So you've got the room ID, and when the server received that, as well as the user who sent it and the body of the message. You can also send images and files and that stuff, set topics and rooms and names and stuff. And the matrix.org also has a application service built alongside of the home server. So an application service is effectively additional server-side logic, which is completely decoupled from the server implementation. And they have their own way of communicating, which is somewhere along here, and I can find it. Come on. Or not. Yes. So basically, this allows you to bridge easily with siloed services or any other protocol. So there's an IRC bridge, for example, which is bridged with Freenode, so you can join any matrix. You can join a subset of room aliases on matrix.org, which will be bridged with Freenode. And people can write their own application services to bridge with other services. So I think someone's done is writing an XMPP one, which will do the federation with XMPP. Some nice examples there. But yeah, just trying what else I can show. Yeah, that's
That's a good little provocative question. Do you think it's morally justifiable, knowing what we do about our current governments, to create and promote a chat app which doesn't protect its users against surveillance?
What do you mean by doesn't protect users against surveillance?
Well, because it's federated, servers can see who's talking to who.
They can see the metadata is not relevant.
Yeah. And so William said that. And
but I don't know who.
Well, I mean,
I don't know who
bear in mind that
team management.
CS and federations all done over HTTPS. Right?
That means nothing. Yeah. Just, something to think about.
Yeah.
To be fair, if you're at a point where that means nothing, you kind of screwed everybody up.
Not quite, and I think we can always improve things. I know endpoint security is awful, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't try and start improving things.
Does anyone else use instant messaging stuff that might be able to federate with Matrix that doesn't already? Is anyone interested in integrating Matrix into stuff they already use?
The one I've just moved to doesn't have an API yet. It's too early. It's another WebRTC. It's more designed with the kind of gaming market to replace the use of Skype and such. You just give someone a web URL and they're in your chat session sort of thing.
Okay.
So it's got very similar to Slack interface. So you can create an account and get the audio quality. I haven't actually done an audio call with Matrix yet. The audio quality for this we've actually found is kind of superior to Skype sort of thing. So I don't know if that's a WebRTC in general. Are you able to control the codecs for that kind of thing?
There is negotiation. I don't remember all the exact semantics for it, but you do have some scope for negotiation. Codecs, I believe.
So is there scope for writing various bots that kind of interact with channels and contents of channels?
Yeah.
So beyond that, it's one of the things that Google Wave did. You could kind of write bots that actually had little content panes sat in the channel.
Yeah. So I mean, one of the ones which we have on matrix.org. This one again. No, it's not. So this, I should be able to show you matrix dev somewhere here. Someone's liking to use Zalga as their display name. We've got a bot called AnyBot who is running, with GitHub pull requests. So any commits which are done on GitHub get basically sent out to the bot, just like Everfast, and Jenkins as well. So any kinds of continuous integration things get drafted into here as well.
So how much work do you have to do as a bot, right? I mean, do you have to actually
code
for yourself, or you just send to an endpoint?
So as a AnyBot is a client, is basically a client. So provided they can understand webhooks, so the actual code is just done in Python using webhooks to receive incoming messages from GitHub or Jenkins or whatever, and then you just do a click on
the bot would have to be able to actually talk to Matrix protocol to talk to the server.
Right, it needs to be able to do JSON errors too. So you've also got public rooms on a home server. So a home server can publish a set of rooms which they want to be publicly visible to anyone. So if people wanted to join them, then they could. So usually all of these public rooms will have a public join rule, so you can just click the room to join it. But you may have that not as well to people not before they can join. And this allows people to go and kind of have like a little directory of interesting rooms on their server. which can then you can actually go and view. So it's quite cool.
Are the rooms, well, the log of rooms, is it the system? Can I join a room and see what happened earlier?
It's all persistent. You can change how the room history visibility is. So you may want to say you will only get history from when you joined. Other ones can be you will just always get all the history, so you'll get scroll back.
And probably depends also if I set things to be deleted after 2 days, that's the limit.
Well, it's up to them, so decides when they want to delete their messages, right? So,
Is it easy to search or not?
we don't have a search interface, but we're going to try to get someone else to write Elasticsearch for it. So we've got because we have the application services API, it's passive, so it can sniff on all of the events on the server, can't modify them, and of course if you're using end-to-end, it can't really do much. But if you are doing that, then you can actually aggregate this and provide some search functionality. But yeah, we need someone to add that as Elasticsearch first.
And do messages that are public, so in posting public rooms, do they have their own like permalinks to individual messages? Do they have IDs?
That is one thing which we have different versions of the protocol, and this is one of the things that just come up in version 2. So yeah, version 2 will have the ability to do that when virtual comes. Because of course each event has its own unique ID. It's an interesting problem though, because you can do a trivial one at the moment by having a sufficiently intelligent client, so looking at the fragment to see what event I do, and then looking for that event in the room. But that only works so far because your client may have only pulled down the most recent 20 messages, and the event ID might be the 30th February. So you actually be able to link that. So
would the permalink be canonical, as in one home server owns, well, or seems to own the original copy and the others?
That's going to be up to home server implementation, just to load it to some canonical link and what to do.
Doesn't that mean the answer has to be no?
Yeah, right. I mean, it might be true. It might be true for some home servers. Some home servers may be not. Other ones may choose not to. The simple implementation would be to have them be canonical, because if you basically event ID, which are so. Yes, aliases can also be published by other servers if they want to. So if you have two servers which are in a room, one server could have the alias IndieWebCamp :server A, and another one could have #IWC :server B. And they would both be pointing to the same room ID. So the aliases are effectively like pointers, which are pointing to room ID, or room ID and server combo, because you need to know which servers are in the room. So you can speak to them and not just join them. And that allows you to basically, if you had your own personal one, you could have a whole set of aliases which point to interesting bits of information like which you are interested in. If there are other rooms, so for example, if someone had a Tumblr bot, which I was in the process of writing a couple of months ago, which would basically grab it would basically trawl all of Tumblr, blog on Tumblr, and then dump in all of the posts as messages. And then what you could do is then I could have an alias, which would be Tumblr dash the name of the person or whatever I want to give that alias. And then I could just join, I could check with people, I could go and use it to join other Tumblr bots. It's quite useful.
Do you have a roadmap? You know,
We don't have a roadmap as such. All of our documents, in terms of what exactly?
Well, this is you have a demonstration, let's say, you have it ready,
Mhm.
and that's working. So you're waiting for other implementations to appear, or
No, I mean we're actively working on version 2 of the protocol at the moment. We're also continuing to improve these client-side SDKs that we have, as well as kind of to improve the spec and adding additional features to the core spec as well. I mean, by now most of it is pretty stable, but version 2 has got a lot of additional things that you're adding in.
is there a lot of? Does it break a lot?
It's a backwards incompatible change, but it's not too painful.
Okay.
And if you're using an SDK, the idea is that you wouldn't because it's really abstracted away. The docs are all publicly available on Neutral Stock and GitHub. So they're all done as restructured text. And we have drafts of things like version 2 somewhere here. But generally, you might recall the drafts. Yeah, so we've got drafts for changes because we also want to make sure that the protocol is decent performance. So in terms of being able to do incremental syncs and in a same way. So for example, if you treat messages coming down from your server as just a string of events coming down, you actually call it an event stream. That doesn't really work very well because particularly for mobile clients, if you go offline and then come back online, you may have a few messages. This is hopefully the common case if you're only being away for a little amount of time. It's fine. You get those messages, everything's good. If you've been gone away for a long time, you could have a huge amount of messages coming down, which you really don't care about. So version 1 has got 2 distinct ways of syncing. The initial sync, which would give you basically the most recent stuff for each room, and then the event stream, which will just give you the live stuff. Version 2 basically collapses the two into a single sync with a bunch of ways of filtering and modifying the data before it comes down in the stream. So this means that if you were to get a whole bunch of messages coming down all at once, you can actually set a configured limit to say, look, if you've got more than 30 new messages in this room, don't send me all of them, just send me the most recent 30.
The fact you were mentioning that each message is signed by the previous one.
Yeah.
Does this fits with the fact that you have an initial
you got a root
dump will start the root event.
Yeah. No.
Oh, now I see why the network split is a problem.
Yes.
Because he starts signing into directions.
Because they're all right? I mean, they're all valid signatures, and then just when you merge them, you have wonderful issues with effectively matrix net splits. But we do actually handle them, but representing it to the user is very hard because you don't really want them to leave them. You can do them one after the other, which is what we currently do, but that's suboptimal. You always want to have 2 separate windows to say these went on at the same time.
Not be really. Yeah, you either show explicitly the fact that there are different streams, or point out that wait, there's a different stream here. You want to take a look at that as well. This is the one you were following. This is the separate conversation.
This then gets even better if you imagine that a net split has happened and a net split has been resolved. So now you have a single stream, and then I request a couple of messages, and then I'm going on and I'm just logged in and I get the most recent messages. Everything's fine, but we have pagination. So you paginate back, you paginate back, you paginate back, then it forks. So then you have to say, right, what do I do now in order to actually display this sensibly? And clients can also go and purge earlier messages, but they may not want to purge their entire local history because it's a lot of information which has just been wasted otherwise, and you don't want to spend all download all those megabytes again. So what happens is you end up getting a hole of where you have the really, really early messages, and then you've got all the newer stuff which they've then deleted. They've then done an initial sync to get the most recent stuff, and then you need to represent that there's a hole in the middle for the user. And then what happens if you then, keep adding and back and you have to resolve the merge. And then it also becomes more complicated when next bits come down as well, are resolved, because you may have cases where holes spontaneously appear when a server comes along and says, actually, yeah, there's a message here, right in the middle, which is out of order, actually. So dealing with out of order events is quite
difficult. You need to, since each client will have to find a way to show or represent the splits.
Yeah.
If you need to solve it higher up, somehow, it might not be that clear, and then leave an easier work to the client implementation. Because otherwise people will come and say, I want to implement the client. Yes, but you have to deal with splits and then just be disappointed.
I mean, this is partly why we focus quite heavily on our client-side SDKs, right? Because the clients are easy to do in a simple case. I mean, if you, for example, the bot I was talking about earlier, it's really simple. It literally just is event comes down, processes a bit, and then shove it out. So if I've got a webhook going, something comes down, boom, just chuck up some data. I don't need to actually, there's no state to persist here. But the moment you want to get a bit more complicated.
There's like 2 minutes left, so there's final comments. And
sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Cool. So the next thing that happens is that we take a group photo for the wiki. There's a group photo of every single IndieWebCamp that's ever happened. So.
Right, can I just do a quick check actually? So, like, how many people are going to be here for breakfast tomorrow? Oh, okay. Good.
So will the picture be different?
Does anyone have any
I just don't how much breakfast water. Cool. We'll do a picture right there.
Yeah, that's the best camera.
I can see a really nice camera.
I was going to say, I said I would bring one.
Oh,
So, I mean, if you want to use the phone camera when you got this in the room, feel
I
free.
forgot, yeah. Great. So where's a good spot for a photo? Everybody stand up.
It's not raining anymore. It's not raining.
So people want to go outside?
Outside, yes.
Yeah.
That's right. Outside.
That sounds nice. I wasn't expecting that.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, really.
Yeah, she's not. I'm too used to people being sarcastic, especially with that kind of comment.
Well, since the sunlight. No, take it. Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't want to taste. Yeah. I think they might want specific one.
That's the other direction, yeah. Well, yeah. Look at something under the trail. I think it's certainly would be very important. Everyone's shoes are in. It's on it's here. I think I'm really close, right? Okay. Smile this time. I'm not jumping.
Part-timer?
Well, no, it's exciting, yeah.
Yeah. I will do it through your laptop. Yes.
Does it work? Is the other question.
It's just the last one, right? So now we've got a 15-minute break or so.
I know mine specifically doesn't. I know mine does. I use it all the time. It's there.
Mine does, right? Yeah. Afterwards.
Yep.
Okay, so 10-minute break then.
Yeah.
You know what?
Final section, which is either microphone or sensor. Well, I'm glad you asked. But we'll go out for dinner. We could go out and have an apple.
Oh, dinner.
I can tell you. Anyone want to? Oh. Huh? Oh, we're not hungry for them.
It's.
What are you trying to do?
I'm just closing off the music.
You can unplug the VGA.
I could, yes. I'm probably just trying to work out how to move a window between screens.
Super Shift W, E, or R, unless she's changed that.
Or it's just something that.
And we're in W. Super Shift W sort of moves to the screen you're looking at.
Like 3D view. 3D view is using in the experience for a day or something. That makes sense.
I have one here, so it just doesn't mount at all. So I don't know if it's just disabled in our configs for our OS distro. Oh, sorry, our Windows edition.
Oh yeah.
Ricky photos.
Scary face on your laptop.
Yeah, I've still got all the evening game instructions. I have Kickface as well.
Yeah, I have one right here.
I have one right here as well. No.
I got full because I got one executive.
Yeah, it is. Let me actually plug it into that laptop. Or in fact, plug that into wherever. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted one that my fingers were still in the same position for everything else.
You're logging into the password one.
What was that?
I like the symmetric one with the one on the left and right.
Yeah.
Just the giant ring. Yeah, the one with the ring around the ball. That's lovely.
Just project it.
You just project it. There you go. It takes really clear photos. Where do you want them, Amy? Just in pictures and IOCs.
Yeah, I think photos are actually in pictures. And then I should have an events. Something to do with events.
Yearly events?
No.
Oh, 13 non-uni events.
But it's not 13, it's 15. And I haven't,
there's
I may have not
14 events as well.
Is there 15 events? If there isn't, make 15 events.
Oh, I see what it is. Yes.
It's the year.
There are 15 events.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I thought it was some kind of ordering thing.
Well, I mean, kind of.
Yeah, and then a folder for.
Ultimately, yes, the number for a year is an ordering
thing.
There we go. All right, you have a folder.
Okay, this coffee machine has outputted some muddy water, so I'm going to get rid of that. Yeah,
Shift key. No, it has to top up first.
So it's super weird.
Yeah. That's a good variety.
Oh,
there's quite a lot of Dells as well.
Cool. Yeah.
I mean, two of them are mine. Is that the?
Well, as soon as I get to the thing comes to MacBooks.
Yeah. Oh. Yours. I'm too used to that. I have.
I don't remember the letters up there.
I have alt space. Yeah. Brings up the window menu on my front phone. So basically, because I don't have any window decoration or anything, to get to the menu, we've got to like close and everything. Just alt space, and then alt space up enter.
Oh yeah,
as well.
This one should see.
Ah.
She didn't change that one.
No, she didn't. Right, how
that's gonna stay with me the rest of my life.
How does one mirror this to that?
Open the camera. And then give it to me.
Oh my god, it's what I thought it would be.
Mod T.
Mod T. T. Which most of us would just look at
Yeah.
No. Super T. That's what's default in OpenBox.
That's wrong.
It's far from wrong. This is like super W for word, right? So super T for a tone, super E for an editor.
No, I have nothing down like that.
Oh.
All my super keys are for window management only.
That has got all of those kind of keyboards on there. Yeah.
No, it's super key.
I think I've got that on super 3.
Except for Windows virtual desktops. And I read down F1 to a pop-up terminal so that I disable my output.
Don't blame me on that.
What's that?
Don't blame me on that.
Can I hit a speed and get it one last thing?
cool.
So say, why have I got a chance? Maybe it's the same.
You do like output each day.
Yeah,
Oh, what's that?
User table thing.
Yeah.
But kind of, because I mean, if you looked into it technically, they would have replace every user table for emails and persona. And all the marketing, one of the things they said was like, you have a relationship with your user, it's an email them. It's like, so yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Do we stick with the next session?
Yes, so there's MicroPod for talking about sandstorms and hosting. So sandstorms in there. And MicroPod
seems right.
And it starts in a minute, actually.
Actually, who has more people? Which talk has more people?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because one of the things that the next talks that we talk about is against which basically means they store macros for email addresses and they're not identified to the you knew their email address.
Yeah, might be.
Right. So is that they'd also have people say if you were in a room with someone, then you could find out like
I did this.
or something.
We have a profile information that's set up on this method. It's quite crucial in security standards, which is why we haven't done much on why I mentioned. But the idea is that if you need any kind of third party people are because there's huge issues around trust and not having trust the other hand isn't they're completely separate to everything else. And I can talk and make it without ever touching these things, so they're not part of the critical part at all. But I think issues because you want to make this secure. It's hard to do this without centralizing trust.
Yeah, interesting problems.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. I think Microsoft
How are you looking at all the bits and pieces? I saw a guy selling a sailor.
Okay, do you want to go to whichever room you're interested in? So it's MicroPod out here and Sandstorm hosting in there.
If Amy's going to be through there, are you going through there as well? Yeah. All right. You're nice setting up with that. I'm really about to unplug that, plug it into this.
You want to do the opposite?
Actually, I might just grab the other cable. Let's see. I think we've got
So Sandstorm hosting and this is Micropub.
Am I going to Sandstorm for a bit? Is everyone okay for Microsoft Knowledge in this room? Huh? Well, come and get me if you.
We'll get there.
So, new and interesting story that may not be documented very well yet was that Microsoft now accepts JSON.
Oh.
Who's that? Who's like it? I can go.
This one's going to be a bit more informal because I think the only person who really knows much about it is Amy. So this is going to be a bit more. There we go. Oh, something's. Sorry?
Probably the reason I had part of Micropub.
Yeah, there's plenty on there actually. So.
This is Micropub State of the Union.
So. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry?
There were some stats. They just flashed on the screen.
Oh, that it's a bootstrap template I'm using. It's literally
Control Shift T.
Control Shift
T. We open the previous tab. Is the tab just closed?
Oh, that's the game I play.
Okay.
That's the evil line.
I see. Ooh, I see. Then you need some stats then.
Yeah.
You need her spreadsheets at least.
Anyway, right. So, ooh. Oh. Oh no. I'm just trying to get mine. Oh no. So yeah, I'll wait for you to come back to this loop. There's a couple of links that have just been thrown in the IRC logs as well from Riara. So we're going to kind of have a look through these. I guess we're going to kind of have a look as to what Micropub is first. Is that?
it anyway. There we are. There we are.
We're going to go have a look at micropub stuff, and then they're looking at Sandstorm at the moment, so I don't know where you need to be.
I'm interested in micropub.
Okay. Right, so I guess the first thing is kind of what is micropub, because I'm not that familiar with it. I know Amy is, and we've kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. But so according to the wiki, the all-knowing source of
I didn't know what micropub was, so I tried to write a Wikipedia article about it, but that was almost immediately deleted. So now I don't know what it is anymore.
Was it in what from your pen as well?
Well,
you tried to.
Yeah.
Oh right. Okay. I thought you. It was like I don't see that. I thought you were reading that.
No, I tried to write one on Wikipedia because that's usually where I go when I want to know something, and it didn't know, so I tried to tell it. But then people decided it wasn't significant or something.
Yeah. You've got that with Wikipedia. The moderators are a bit overzealous at times, to the point where they will remove something. But it's all on the IndieWebCamp wiki as well. So it's according to the wiki anyway. It's an open API standard. So you can use a third-party app. Could be a mobile app. Could be someone else's website, which is an interesting one, or could be something like Quill. Is the one I've seen used here, and we're going to have a quick look through Quill. To post notes, photos, or anything to your own site, especially kind of with the sort of things that we were talking about before with, say, web mentions would post something on your site. Thinking with the events, if you were posting a kind of a status, say you were going to an event, you could have a micropub, kind of a mini micropub client to do that on an event page, for instance, I guess. That's kind of what
a mini micropub would be a nanopub.
Sorry?
Or picopub.
Would be a nanopub, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I suppose it depends on how technically you want to get there. And as always, we can kind of come through, and there's a number of people in here, including Amy there, who kind of support it on their sites for various things. Again, there's known the Ben's written. It supports using micropub. There is also the WordPress plugin as well for it. There's a number of IndieWeb WordPress plugins for doing all these different things. So I guess we can kind of look through a bit of. So what were people more interested in? Kind of like the actual underlying how it works and the more technical aspects of it, or?
It's more of, at least for me, is how large is it to build an endpoint? So if I want to use Quill with my website, how much work do I have to do?
Okay.
Or the other way around, if I want to provide something that is a micro client, how much work is there to do? What's the size and what are the possibilities?
Yeah, I guess the first thing we'll look at then is endpoints. So okay, so this looks somewhat relevant. So this is from Amy's blog, obviously, and this is her talking about her building up her micropub endpoint. So rather than building up a client as such. So
So it's more or less an alternative to writing my own. Supporting micropub is an alternative to writing my own interface to post something.
Yeah, yeah. So
as long as it fits in the existing types.
So it has to have some authorization work done, and by the look of it, you can use IndieAuth to do that. It'll be something worth looking through as well. But then, so this is where she actually starts talking about what she's doing. So we've actually got some PHP here which checks for the poster, and she said this probably doesn't have it yet, but it also does support JSON now as well, rather than just. I'm guessing this is just URL encoded forms. So. Okay, yeah, so the first thing it's going to do is it's going to check the authorization. And for instance, checking that IndieAuth, it will return a property called me, so which contains the domain of the user which has just signed in. So I process just authorization to my own website with IndieAuth. So me equals domain, whoever it is. So for instance, hers, she's checking that it is herself rather than someone else. So yeah, if it's not her 403, if there's no content, kind of obviously error out. And then all we've got to do then is deal with the content.
Save it somewhere?
Yeah. Yeah. And then return that it's been created. At which point, by the sound of it, you can come through and use Quill here. So
what's the idea of having all different sorts of content? You sort of save the entire JSON or what stuff you get?
That's a good question, actually.
Maybe your site doesn't. Maybe your site doesn't support like the food logging, but you still want to save it anyway.
Yeah.
Or you convert it down to a most basic level.
But
I suppose if it's your site, you won't send something you don't support there.
You might, if you're able to save it.
Yeah. Well, at the bare minimum, all it's going to give you is this H entry and H equals entry and then content. So by the sound of it, they've not got any concept of type of post really. It's looking at this. They mentioned photo posts as well, but it sounded like it was a case of you try to verify what type of post it is just by the content. Yeah. So if it's something short, say less than 180 characters, you could display it more like a Twitter post, or if it's longer, Facebook post or a blog post sort of thing. If it's a photo, more like an Instagram thing. So I think it's up to the actual content of a post as to how you display it rather than kind of individual stuff. Okay, so yeah, so it's here we go. It's H entry. So I guess if you don't, if I've not set this up yet. This is one of the things I'm going to be doing tomorrow. But if you don't have, I don't see why I couldn't actually. I've got everything else in place that I should be able to do some of this. But if you don't support, say, an article type, you could just kind of reduce it back to say, well, I don't do articles, but I do posts, or I don't do posts, but I can take it as an entry. So I guess anyway. So let's see. So We've also got somebody else's here as well. It's linked to from the. I'll let you look through that one. But again, it's a little bit more in depth. But again, it looks like it's more just a checking rather than the actual posting as such. I don't see anything saving the.
I think the saving depends so much about what you do on your website that it doesn't that it's not really useful to just publish it somewhere else. And yes, you get the values and then you save it. So making it work is setting up the headers for all the tags for the authentication. And then somehow you can delegate the authentication to IndieWebCamp.
Yeah. So
and then receive the values and do something with them.
So this, I mean, you can. This is Quill. So this is one of the kind of Microsoft editors as such that you can use, and it's got the docs on here for what you need to do in terms of creating endpoints and such for tokens and such. So, for instance, he says you can use tokens.IndieWebCamp, so which is he's got all the docs here. It kind of just goes through what you need to do on your senior. And then again, this is just something you put in the header of your site to say, well, this is the token endpoint for this. So when your Microsoft client looks at your website, so all you need to give it is your Microsoft URL in here. It goes there. I think it will work. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of where I am. Brilliant at times. It's brilliant. It's the most useful times when I'm sat at my desk, my phone's on silent, and it starts ringing. So many times I'll pick it up at the end of the day. Oh, I've got missed calls. So, but yeah, so I don't really know where we want to drive this for kind of going into actually building it up. So I don't know. I mean, is it something you guys want to use, sort of thing, or?
Well, I think it's a good way to get like mobile interface, for example, interface if you don't want to write it yourself. You get to use existing clients who can do some of the work for you. At the same time, if you already have a posting interface, working on mobile is not that difficult. Just like resizing things properly.
Yeah, I guess the power of it would come from being able to do it from a remote site as well. So just something more of an inline response.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think when I first saw this thing and I was just blogging, I was like, this seems like a waste of time. I can't be bothered with that. I'd rather write my blog posts in Emacs. But for tweets and RSVPs and comments and that stuff, I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
My issue, I think, it's probably not actually an issue, but I don't think that is for very specific content cases where it's not necessarily something that's already supported as just a standard post or block of text. Like my use cases, my system I built where it syndicates stuff, but I manually edit the things that go to Twitter or Facebook, so it fits that better. I can't use it's in yet.
Yeah,
it probably does, but I just not figuring it out.
I guess at that point though, it's between your site and syndication, so you could almost maybe set up a queue So you post it with micropub to your site, and then you sign in to your site at a later time to go and edit it.
Or maybe you can accept that people using Twitter get a worse experience until they upgrade to IndieWeb.
I could do, but then that's just me being a bit risky. It's a case of just deleting some characters usually.
Yeah. Shortening.
Or like you might have sort of just a very quick summary and then a link that's totally different from any other summary that you might have anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be a title.
I do find it a bit annoying actually when I see tweets with links and you don't know if there's going to be some big post behind it or whether there'll be nothing and you waste your time clicking on it. And yeah.
Not too fast usually.
I suppose you could have a wee thing that said like continued or not. And then you'd know whether to bother clicking the link.
Yeah. Well, you assume that if someone shared it, it's interesting. Otherwise, if someone put something, it should be interesting. But it's not interesting.
No, I'm talking about the length of it. So if you've got a
the
post that's longer than fits on Twitter, then you need to click on the link to read it. But if it's not longer, then it's worth your time clicking on it.
Okay, the link still is still there, but there's no need for it.
Well, yeah, there's no need for humans.
There is a consideration about that in the wikis.
It's not really that hard of a problem to fix. It's like to check the length of the content before you send it.
I think it's there. If the link is not necessary, instead of having HTTP : just / there's only HTTP that is a whole, and then the rest of the URL. So the link is there, but it's not clickable. So people will not click on it, or something like that. I think it's if you look on the wiki, it's mentioned as a possible thing because people might get annoyed by clicking and not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't remember if the solution was any good, but there was a solution proposed.
Yeah.
I'm thinking with the wikis that it's a giant labyrinth that can take up your whole evening, and then you get again like, okay, lots of interesting things, lots of things I don't need. Oh, I'll read some more.
The other thing really is just kind of asking IRC. It's like there are people who've done this sort of thing. They've kind of implemented most of these protocols and everything. So if you kind of get to a point and say, I'm not actually sure what to do with this, or I'm not actually sure how I'd be doing it, chances are if you hop into IRC and ask, someone will have been in the same situation or is in the same sort of situation. So kind of everyone seems to be pretty good for just kind of jumping in and helping out. Because you get with kind of the people who practically wrote all the specs, like Tamatech and everyone kind of in that category who know it inside out and can just almost give you a one-line answer of what you need to do.
Mm.
So yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess all they really say to do is save the content. So I guess what we can do. Yeah. So this is the new version of my site. So I'm going to just.
Do you know why it's called micropub?
No.
So I find that a bit confusing. I thought this would be for, like a micropub would be a small publication.
I think it's about microformats. So the fields are the same on the corresponding microformats. Okay. So for publishing microformats.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what we were doing this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first thing we want to do is add. So we need to add we need to configure our own because that's the one. So
input the line, copy the other line.
Yeah. And okay, so we need Just about. Yep. So now, hopefully, I've broken something. I forgot to close that. There we go. So we should have. Okay, that needs to be next one. There we go. So we've got a multiple endpoints. And then those two. Okay.
So looking from Quill or something.
I guess, yeah, in theory, Quill should. Oh, yeah. There's a list. Well, no, that's the development server, and there's a little bit more that I need to do to deploy it all. Just because.
No, but I didn't know if Quill would be. The port
should do. So, found my
yeah,
authorization endpoint, token, and microplug. So, authorize.
There.
Yep. Ooh. Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
So it's not that easy.
Okay. Well. So that we just tested it. Yeah. Just have it possible. I'm trying to have to do this without sync. Yeah. To Google. Sync. Existing. Oh yeah. I'll just extract the. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be lazy.
I'm going to copy them with drag and drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, how it works.
Some grab the Inspire. And download it all to here. And then I'm going to push it all back up. The 10 files and everything. Wait a second. I've got better alternatives now.
Please turn the conflict of poison on me.
Of course. Well, now you have changes.
Yeah.
Which you want to keep.
No. That's no. I don't want to change. I want to just reset to the latest.
Dash force.
What? So you check out head.
Dash force. Yeah. Stash. Hit stash. Oh no, they're untracked, so you can stash them.
That's one way to do it.
You have to reset the previous commit though, if you want to. Check out this leader check.
Oh yeah, that would be good, yeah, actually. Oh, too late. Set up the config file. So I don't have any questions. Okay, all right.
So yeah.
This is the fun part. Oh, it's not. Actually. That's enough.
You are going to need this.
Yeah, something's broken. That's it. Dependencies.
Oh yeah, you did those things.
Yeah. Yeah. This is why I don't. This is why I do most of my development on a different box and then deploy once everything's in a nice state rather than mid workings. Oh, just works. Oh, that's nice.
started it. Perfect. Check that it's working. Oh. There we go. Now we are. Yeah, so. Functions, overrides. There we go. So here, this is where we are specifying. So this is all that we will actually end up sending to our website. Then is content. If it's a response, so that would be, I would imagine, for like mentions. Let's see, is there anyone? No. A slug again. So these extras are actually optional. So it's kind of, it's by the look of it, a defined set. So here's, I think, with the category is that's where you could start maybe looking at content types. So if you wanted to do it like that, if it's got a certain category, or even like how Wikipedia does categories with, say, like special colon food, for instance, I reckon you could maybe do something like that. That's how I would do it anyway. And then kind of once you receive something with that, you delete that as a category and actually store it internally. Ooh, that's handy. And then you can sort of support for location as well, which
Yes, currently. Yes.
That's for the switch as well. So that's kind of cool. And then okay, so yeah. So if we test content,
you have some logging with what you get on the
not yet. However,
log is enough.
Yeah, I don't even get that right now. However, actually, good. So, yeah, your endpoint did not return anything.
But this is what is sent to
Yeah,
the
so
website.
we can see it's trying to do a post, so I've not actually built it post's work. So, but post, you've got the authorization, which everyone talks about how to handle the authorization. Most of it's in PHP, but I mean, I'll be rewriting it all in Python. There are things out there. I'm going to just on one of these. Yeah, that's. I don't envy you. There was one mentioned for static sites as well. So I guess it's specifically for Jekyll GitHub. It's still alive.
Stability, experimental.
Yeah, GitHub. So it's got its own microwave endpoint, and then so it's worth looking into. I'll say that. I'd need to go and dig into it a bit more.
either way, it claims to do it. So there's stuff out there, and so there are people
that's not
looking at
this of this.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so we kind of we'll grab here.
So that
is what we'll do. So, Two minutes and we're done. That's not too bad. So yeah, so that's the kind of, so we get that it's an entry, which we were expecting. The content of it is URL encoded. So this also will be URL encoded. So that was the comma. So comma space, and then the slug for. And that's even optional, you don't have to say this will be the slug.
Right, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I've got the. So
So yes, if you want to implement any more complex system, you can base it on the content.
Well, that seems to be the way that most people are doing it.
Yeah, and Amy was mentioning she has HTML comments in the content and
Yeah.
those contain the data.
I know for mine, I'll all the content will be marked down.
If on your website things are in different URLs like bookmark links / something or
Well, you don't have to get
something, then you can actually use the slug.
Yeah.
And, okay. Yeah.
So hopefully we should be able to go and look at it.
So is everybody who's sat in this session going to implement microcontent? So there was an IndieWebCamp in Düsseldorf a couple months ago, and I think 75% of people there who didn't already have microcontent had implemented it by the end of the second day. Some of them didn't even have a domain at the start of the day. So, I mean, what's your excuse? And Harry, have you still got a thing plugged in? Did you just unplug it? Just one final motivation to implement microcode. Go to quill.p3k.io/editor. This is the Quill version of the medium editor, which is hella nice to use. So if you want to write a blog post with this and not have to write this interface yourself, implement microcode. Funny story, when you embed an image, it like sends the binary data of the image. It's great.
What is the data URL?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's really nice. Anyway,
I'm not sure about that part, but
we should pack up and leave. But if people are interested in heading to the pub or for dinner,